おっと、ここまで行ったのになおも無視しますか。
I could hear Remy standing up. She walked over to me and grabbed the toy D-sword off the table. Ignoring my confusion, she raised it high above her head.
そんなタクにはこうだ。
And then she brought down the sword.
ちょ。
Of course, she was just joking, instead of being serious, but the tip of the sword was stabbing into my back.
え、うりゃ。
She began to whack me on the head with it, and when I tried to brush it away, she skillfully dodged my hand.
ねえねえ、もっと楽しいことしようよ。じゃないと本気で切っちゃうぞ。
楽しいことって。
Remy was bringing down the sword to chop my head off. She paused in mid-strike and thought.
じゃあゲームとか。ほら、タクは得意でしょ。対戦ゲームしようよ。私そういうのやったことないから、いろいろ教えてほしいな。
Unfortunately, the only games I had were H games and ESO. Neither of them had a two-player mode.
無理だよ。ソフトがなくて。
I grabbed the sword by the blade and pushed it away. Remy pouted, upset, and put the sword back where it had been.
だって、せっかく久しぶりに会えたのに。
I appreciate the sentiment, but right now I just didn't feel like having fun with Remy.
メールだよ、ボケナス。あ、今の何？
あ、いや。
Remy had just heard my Sayretan email voice. That was really embarrassing. I opened my email program and saw 3 messages from Grim telling me to get my ass in the chat room. I realized I hadn't chatted with Grim in a while. We used to talk all the time. But since I had been staying off ESO, we hadn't talked for about 10 days. Hey, hey ya Nightheart. I've been waiting. We got new nice guy. AA. AA is short for SC art. Pictures made from only the letters and basic symbols included in the ASCII code standard, used mainly on message boards. We've got what? Too lazy to find AA. New gen, dude. New gen. New gen equals nice guy, and G is nice guy. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out, right? Anyway, it's here. The 7th murder.
どうしたの？
Remy must have noticed my surprise, because she stood up and came over next to me. She peered at the monitor from over my shoulder.
第7の事件。
Another one. Another new-gen murder. How long was this going to keep happening? Would the next one be the one where they finally got me? Or the one after that?
タク、気にすることないよ。何も怖いことなんてない。タクは狙われたりなんかしない。全部タクの被害妄想ね。
She was trying to cheer me up, but she had no evidence at all. That's not going to make me feel better, Remy. Anyway, had Grim gotten a job at the Nugent advertising division or something? He was constantly telling me about whenever one happened. Once again, he had posted a bunch of links to news sites. This must have been his way of telling me to look at them. I clicked the link and bit down hard on my lip. At 4:50 a.m. on the 4th, the bodies of 3 men were found hanging from a transmission tower along the train tracks in Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. The bodies belonged to 3 Shibuya residents: a college student named Saburo Anzawa, a part-time worker named Ryo Takagi, and Kohei Fujita, who was unemployed. A police investigation revealed that the bodies of all 3 had been severed at the waist, and that the cut did not appear to be made cleanly as if by a blade. The lower and upper halves of the deceased were each attached to different bodies, sewn together with sturdy thread. The letters DQ and N were found on their foreheads, which the police believe may be a message from the killer. Pictures of the crime scene were uploaded to @channel, a major internet message board, before the media's reports, and it is already being called the 7th in the so-called New Generation Madness cases. Users of the board have named it the DQN puzzle due to the way the bodies of the victims were. DQN is a word used to refer to a thug or person who lacks common sense. Some members of the families are preparing to take legal action against certain inappropriate comments by @Chan users, and reaction online has been mixed. A new gen DQN. This isn't new gen. The cops are idiots. You trying to say that we DQ and hating @Channers are behind it? The way they rip the bodies apart and put them back together is kind of like a puzzle. I wish they would replace my top half with that of a hot guy. Get that fake psychic Nishijo to tell you who's behind it. It's New Generation Madness. I can't bear it.
今日午前4時50分ごろ、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の他殺死体が鉄柱に吊り下げられているのを通りかかった新聞販売員の男性が発見しました。警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む無職藤田康平さん、大学生の安沢三郎さん、とび職の高木亮さんの3人です。3人とも胴体の部分が切断され、それぞれの上半身と下半身が別々に入れ替えられて糸で縫合されていました。3人の額にはそれぞれ謎の傷がつけられており、警察では犯人からのメッセージではないかとみて調べています。渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
The last video I saw showed the faces of the 3 murdered men. I recognized their faces.
あいつらだ。
知ってるの？
昨日僕に絡んできた。
I gave them my wallet, but they still attacked me anyway. I passed out, and when I woke up, Kozupi was there. The 3 of them were covered in blood. I took my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it. When I had woken up, Kozupi was holding my wallet and she had given it back to me. Could she be the one who... No, that wasn't right. When I had seen them last, their faces were smashed up and they were covered in blood, but they certainly weren't sliced in half. They had been killed after Kozupi and I had left. It had to be Shogun. He He was taunting me. He was trying to destroy my mind. I felt like I was about to throw up. My stomach was racked with pain. I put my hands up against it hard to try and make it go away. Would I be next? Would the next one finally be the one where I was killed?
終了。
A hand reached out from behind me and flicked the switch on the monitor. The screen went black.
落ち着いて。気にすることないよ。ただの偶然だって、きっと。
How could Remy be so calm? There was no way this could all just be a coincidence.
それより、お腹空いちゃった。ねえ、私が行きつけのお店があるんだけど、そこにご飯食べに行かない？安くて美味しいんだよ。私が保証する。まあ、お客さんはおじさんが多いから、私みたいのが一人で行くのはちょっと恥ずかしいけどね。あ、それと、駅の中に入らなくちゃいけないんだった。渋谷駅のコーナーにあるから。ちなみに、山手線内回りと外回りのホーム、どっちにもあるんだけど、私は断然内回りの方が好き。
Dinner. I didn't feel like eating at all. It felt like there was a knife at my throat. Like somebody was saying they could kill me at any time. Please, just leave me alone. What did I ever do to you? I'm just so tired of all this. Ayase Kishimoto was staring out the window, only half paying attention to anything going on around her. There were no bars on the windows like there were in the rooms at Arcart Medical, the place she had been before. Outside she could see the high-rise buildings of Shinjuku, and beyond them a blazing evening sky. A few pigeons were flapping their wings furiously as they crossed the sky. Occasionally she would wince in pain. Her eyes were empty and just a little tired. Her lips weren't humming the songs that had so entranced the young people of Shibuya. After her failed suicide attempt, she had been brought to a big general hospital in Yoyogi. Her wounds had almost completely healed. The doctors had said it was a miracle that a fall from that height had ended in only a few minor scrapes and bruises. Still, she had hit her head hard, so she had been hospitalized for observation. She had been here over a week already. Of course, observation meant nothing more than a simple checkup once every 2 days. The rest of the time she was left alone. She had the room to herself. There were no other beds in it. Her D-sword was up against the window. It was flashing with a pale light. It had been there the whole time, but nobody had noticed it. She didn't get many visitors. Phantasm fans were, supposedly, coming in huge numbers every day, but the hospital had banned them from seeing her so they wouldn't bother the other patients. She and her family weren't close. Almost nobody else came to see her. Her bandmates had come to see her once, when she had brought up breaking up the band, though they had stopped coming at all.
岸本さん、体温計ピピってなりました？
The door opened and a nurse in white came in. Ayase slowly turned toward her and then took the thermometer out from under her arm like she had just remembered it was there. The nurse looked at the number on the digital display and wrote it down on the chart.
37度1分と。ちょっと熱っぽいかしら。ズキズキする。頭。
Ayase winced in pain again.
あら、また頭痛？でもそれは薬の副作用よ。気にしなくてもそのうち良くなりますよ。
The nurse smiled as she spoke and took the thermometer. Her expression was gentle. and there was something about her that put a patient at ease. But Ayase put her hand to her forehead and shook her head. Ever since she came here, Ayase had been dealing with a dull headache. Painful wasn't the word for it, but there was an unpleasant sensation of something pulsing in her head. It was making it hard for her to think, and her whole body felt as heavy as lead. This had happened to Ayase before, too. It was when she was at Ark Heart Medical. The headaches had lasted 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. She had been unable to sleep and emotionally unstable. It was a past she didn't want to remember, a past she had sealed away, her memories of 2 years ago. The pain was the trigger that made them come back in flashes. A dark room, a small window with bars. Except for the small window, the walls were entirely covered with mirrors. She had been restrained in a steel chair in the center of the room. There was some kind of device on her head, with cords streaming off it. Her hands were bound behind the chair's back. Her head was restrained and tilted up at a slight angle. There was no one else in the room. The only sounds were her panting for air and the straining of the metal chair. Drool flew from her lips, and a bestial howl came from her throat that one would have thought impossible for a girl her age. It was a very quiet form of torture. There was only one thing that they were doing to her. A single drop of water was falling on her forehead from above, in the same spot every time, at exact 5-second intervals. That was all. She had been stuck like that for 2 days, with no rest. And now all she could think of was when the next drop would fall. Her senses were pushed to their limits. Each time a drop fell, it felt like every nerve in her body was being ripped apart, like all the bones in her body were being shattered, like a long, sharp awl was being driven into her skull, like all the fluids in her body, blood included, were freezing, like all of her skin was rotting and slowing off. It was more than enough to drive her mad. She snapped back to reality and found herself panting and clutching the sheets tightly. Her whole body had started to shake when her dark memories came back. The nurse was gone from her room. It was dinner time, and there was a frantic rush of movement outside the doors. Ayase repeated the words that the nurse had said to herself. Was this headache really caused by the medicine, or had she hit her head when she had fallen, or was it an effect of her old memories? She couldn't tell. Ayase wiped away the sweat on her forehead and began to laugh.
構わないわ。今さら何をされたって。あれはあの神罰を耐え抜いたんだから。もう迷わない。私は。
She whispered, as if in a trance. Then, Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from the hallway. It was the pleasant sound of shoes on linoleum. They weren't the nurse's shoes. She could tell that much. The footsteps were getting closer to her room. There was a knock at the door. She pressed her lips together tightly in a frown.
失礼します。
It was a man. He was holding a fruit basket, the type commonly given as gifts. Ayase recognized the man. Thus she looked at him suspiciously.
どうも。あ、別に怪しいもんじゃないっすよ。自分は。
知ってるわ。
He was a detective with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. He had once been tailing her as a person of interest in the new Jin case. He scratched his head cheerfully. For a detective, he seemed surprisingly laid back.
いやー、嬉しいっす。君みたいな美人に覚えててもらえて。記憶力いいんすね。
The detective walked toward her bed. Ayase glanced at the D-sword at the windowsill. It was too far away for her to reach out and grab.
今日はお見舞いに来たんすよ。
そうは思えないわ。目的は？
鋭いっすね。
The detective acted like he was shaken, but it felt a little like it was an act.
まあ、ちょっと綾瀬ちゃんに聞きたいことがあって。あ、これ、よかったら食べてほしいっす。
He offered her the fruit basket with an innocent smile, practically forcing her to take it by placing it at the foot of her bed.
うまいっすよ。あと、高かった。
いらない。
まあ、そう言わず、せっかく買ってきたんで。後でお母さんが来た時にでも切ってもらって。あ、しまった。綾瀬ちゃんはもう何年も両親に会ってないんだったっすね。
It was clear the detective knew what he was doing, but Ayase didn't really care. Her parents had disowned her when she was very little. They were the type to really care about what the neighbors thought of them, and Ayase was a problem child that they were eager to be rid of. She wasn't entirely cut off from them, though. They sent her enough money to cover her living expenses every month.
申し訳ないっす。
He gave her a little bob of his head in apology. Ayase was only now starting to recover from her flashback earlier and didn't really want to talk to the detective at all. She decided to get this over with as fast as possible.
聞きたいことって何？アリバイ？
違うっすよ。それは前に散々聞いたし。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑は晴れたっす。君は白、真っ白。
目星はついたの？犯人の。
それは教えられないんすよ。捜査上の秘密っす。
匠。
秘密っす。
The detective was grinning. He was clearly hiding something. When he laughed, you could really see just how young he was.
しかし西条くんは不思議な少年っすね。彼を見ていると殺人の容疑者にはとても見えない。もしあれで本当に犯人だったとしたら、まさに人の皮をかぶった悪魔っす。
まだ容疑者なのね、彼。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。
The detective laughed and shook his head.
ああ、今の話誰にも言っちゃダメっすからね。 情報漏洩すると上司に怒られるんすよ。まあ当然なんすけど、この前も先輩のとばっちりで怒られたばっかで。綾瀬ちゃんも一度会ってると思うんすけど、覚えてるかな。バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで武将髭生やしたおっさんでか。
Ayase remembered him. When they had come to talk to her, it was the older man, not the one in front of her, who had done most of the speaking. He had been pretty aggressive and sneaky, too.
あの人がすぐこのバカって怒鳴るんすよ。そのくせ自分は本来の操作をせずに、なんだかわけのわからないことばっか調べてて、挙句の果てに自分まで無理やり付き合わされて、最近胃が痛いんすよね。いやまあ根はいい人っすし、勘が異常に鋭い人で、過去にも難事件をいくつか解決に導いたらしいんすけどね。
その話をするためここに来たのは。
The detective chuckled when Ayase cut him off.
ああ、いや申し訳ないっす。つい愚痴入っちゃったっすね。今の話は全面的に内緒にしてほしいっす。諏訪守、一生のお願いっすよ。
それで
一つ目は、なんであんなことを。
Even Ayase could tell he was talking about how she had jumped off the roof.
もう何度も話したわ、他の刑事さんに。
邪神王グラジオールの復活を阻止するためですか。
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。魂を一つ上のステージに持っていこうとしただけよ。
例の若者の間で話題になった君の歌についても似たようなこと言ってたっすよね。
That was his second question. Ayase sighed a little.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんかじゃないわ、あの詩は。グラジオール記黙示録詩編のインスピレーションを受けて作った第3章102節よ。
The apocalyptic psalms of the Book of Gladiel, a fictional novel based on Eastern European legends of Gladiel, the king of wicked hearts, a 23-volume high fantasy series that depicts the war between 7 Black Knights and Gladiel, written by R.C.O. Ziegler, published between 1929 and 1951, and translated into several languages, but commercially unsuccessful due to its complex writing style. Other books in the Gladiel mythos include The Great Book of the Kings of Gladiel, Wicked Hearts chapter, and Letter from the Apostles. Together they form the Gladiel Saga.
世界に邪神王グラジオールが現れようとしている。復活を阻止するにはグラジオールが流した黒い血によって作られた7つの杭が必要。
Assuming that means the swords, does that mean there's seven different people with swords? We know Ayase has one. There's the Yandere girl, the bubble girl, which we recently met. Well, that's 3. I feel like we're missing 1. No, we've met what, 3 people with swords so far, and then assuming he has one, that's 4. So what, are there 3 more people with swords? It sounded like there was somebody else maybe that the guy was talking to. That still means there's what, 2 more?
杭は剣へと形を変え、神罰を乗り越えた7人の黒騎士の手に渡る。
Okay, so yeah, there's what, 2 more we don't know about, and we don't know who that guy was talking to.
目には目を、歯には歯を。邪神を背負うし人間だけが邪神王を滅ぼせるのよ。
And maybe Shogun is another one. Shogun, the glasses girl, Baka. That's who we were thinking. But I don't think we've actually seen her with a sword, but no, hold up. I'm pretty sure the glasses girl does have a sword. She was seen with Shogun. So we've got Ayase, the Yandere girl at the station, the bubble girl, the glasses girl, maybe. Our best friend. That's the one I was forgetting. Maybe him and maybe Shogun. Okay, so yeah, that's 7. Maybe.
なんか映画みたいっすね。そういう壮大な設定は好きっす。
Ayase's eyes narrowed at the detective's comment.
設定じゃないわ。現実よ。
じゃあ最後の質問っす。
The detective ignored her protest, but she was used to that. Nobody had ever believed what she had to say.
君や西条くんの他にも水明の生徒について何人か洗ったんすけどね。
He crossed his arms and let out a little sigh. It felt like an obvious act, but Ayase wasn't inclined to call him out.
何？
すごくバカバカしい質問なんすけど、刑事が質問するようなことじゃないんすよね、本当は。子供じみてるっていうか。
そう。質問する気がないなら出て行って。頭が痛いの。
ああ、いや、実はね、バンさんが妙なことを言い出してるんすよ。君たちは魔法使いなんじゃないかって。
Ayase's eyes narrowed, just a little, at the phrase "you guys."
違いますよね。
使えるわ。
She looked down at her hands instead of at the detective as she spoke.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね。
でもニュージェネはグラジオールの騎士と無関係。
ああ、そうっすか。まあどうでもいいんすけどね。
The detective yawned, disinterest in his words. And then suddenly an electric sound filled the room. The detective frantically pulled a phone out of his suit pocket.
まずった。病院って携帯禁止なんすよね。電源オフにしておくの忘れてた。うわ、しかも女からだし。付き合って4年になるラブラブの彼女がいるんすよ。
He grinned as he pressed the button to reject the call. He turned back toward Ayase.
綾瀬ちゃんは映画見るっすか？スパークウォーズって知らない？それに出てくるダース・スパイダー伯爵のテーマなんす。今のメロディー。
She wasn't interested in movies at all. Ayase had already decided she was under no obligation to answer any more of his questions, and silently turned to look out the window.
実は自分スパークウォーズオタクなんすよ。あ、興味ないっすか？そりゃ失礼したっす。じゃ、自分はこれで。
The detective left the room without waiting for her to answer. Ayase didn't bother to watch him as he went. Her eyes were watching the sky as it shifted from twilight to azure night.
このボケナスずっと待ってたんだからね。
I absent-mindedly watched Sarah Tan move around my monitor. The final episode of Bloodtoon had aired late last night. The story had really picked up by the end, and Achan had reviewed it highly. This was my third time watching it, but I wasn't able to focus on it at all. I looked at the clock and it was past 10 p.m. Remy had left around 8. She had cheered me up and given me kind words of encouragement. Having her here made me feel less lonely than I had been for the past week. But Remy didn't seem to think things were as serious as they really were. It was as if she was trying to avoid any talk about Nugent. Maybe she thought I was annoying. She had said somebody she knew had been hurt during the earthquake. Maybe she was busy dealing with that and didn't have time for me. No, but maybe I was paranoid, sure, but I was still in danger. I could be killed at any moment, even right now. There had to be some reason why Shogun was so obsessed with me. If I could figure it out, maybe it would give me some clue as to how to fight back.
そういえばあのおじさん別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。中でも一番特別なのはその目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。
Whose eyes are those? You couldn't go anywhere in Shibuya without hearing those words now. And online, everybody had even started using it as the killer's name. I had been using that phrase since I was a little kid. Shogun must have known that, and this was his way of sending me a message, or maybe challenging me. When did I start using that phrase? It felt like somebody had said it to me. I vaguely remembered writing it in an essay I had done in elementary school. I had even made it the title, Whose Eyes Are Those? I could barely remember what the essay was about. Now I wanted to know. What had I written in it? Did they still have it at home? It was so old that they had probably thrown it out years ago. But I had always had a habit of putting important things in a big empty box of candy I had kept. I would call it my treasure box. There was a chance it was still there. What should I do? Should I head home and check? But I didn't want to have to face Nanami. I wouldn't know what to say.
はあ、僕はどうしようもなくヘタレだ。
I slowly stood up from my chair and then went over and collapsed on the sofa.
あなた、なんでここにいんの？これは違うんだからね。私は別にさ、立ち食いそばが好物なわけじゃないさ。何ニヤニヤしてんの？このボケナス。もう怒った。うなれ、侍コンデンサー。
I looked up at the ceiling, half listening to Sarah's dialogue. The ceiling was made of cold, exposed steel. There was nothing like knots and wood grain for me to look at and pretend I was seeing a human face.
ん
Suddenly, in the corner of my eye, I saw a metal box with a design I recognized mixed in with the boxes of H games on my bed in the loft.
あれって。
I leapt off the sofa and went up the little ladder to look at the bed. A square, reddish-brown box, about the size of a B5 sheet of paper. Written on the lid was the word Sable. This was it, my treasure box. I must have brought it from home. I didn't remember bringing it at all, but good job, me. I brought it down from my bed and opened the lid. It was filled with old tests, essays, and scraps from my sketchbook. Most of it was papers and just a few tiny objects. I took them all out of the box and began to rummage through them. I found what I was looking for almost immediately. After all, it was at the very top. An old, faded essay. The handwriting of the title was awful. Was there some important secret hidden here within the words? Something that Shogun was obsessed with? What did the homeless man mean by when he had said "most special"? I gulped and began to read, being careful not to miss a single word. Whose eyes are those? By Takumi Nishijo, Class 4-3. I dream a lot. In my dream, I'm a grown-up and I get in a time machine and go see myself in the present. The grown-up me doesn't look like me at all. Also, there are a lot of buttons in the time machine. One turns on a shower. One gives you shampoo. I asked the grown-up me how it works, and he said it can go to caveman times or dinosaur times. He asked me what was my worst class, and I said math. He said there's even a switch that will make you good at math. I tried to flip the switch and he got mad. He said I need to study harder instead. The grown-up me only got mad the one time, and other than that he was nice. He told me which girl I'm going to marry and stuff, too. But that's a secret. I also asked about God. He said God's real. I think he's real too. Mom said that God sees everything, so if I do bad stuff, he'll send me to hell. So I think I shouldn't do any bad stuff at all. I need to be nice to my little sister too. Mom said when you do bad things, it's not God that sees it and comes for you, but the scary man. The scary man is the "whose eyes are those" monster. If he looks at you, you go to hell. God's eyes and the "whose eyes are those" eyes are everywhere, and there are lots of them. They're in the sky and on the ceiling and the walls and at school. So I need to study a lot and do lots of good things, I think. But since they're always watching, it's embarrassing to go to the toilet or take a bath. Also, ever since I was little, when I'm not sleeping and I just close my eyes, I'll sometimes dream. My mind is like a game or a manga. But when I do that, the "whose eyes are those" comes, and so I don't want to do that. I asked Mom, and she said never do it. But even when I'm writing this essay, I ask grown-up me in my dream about the time machine, and he says he knows about it. But I'm a kid, so he wouldn't tell me. So from now on, I want to do lots of good things so I can beat the "whose eyes are those" monster. The end.
なんだかよくわからないな。
About the only thing I got out of reading the essay was that even back then, I had been able to sense the gaze of God. Maybe I was a really weird kid. It seemed impossible to get anything out of this bizarre essay. It would be easier to decipher hieroglyphs. Then I noticed some scribblings on the back of the paper. I remembered that back then I had loved to scribble on things. Whenever there was a picture of some important old guy in my social studies textbooks, I had always given him a funny-looking mustache or sunglasses, and I would love to make little flipbook manga in the corners of my notebooks. I started to have more and more fun drawing. One time I had even had them buy me a sketchbook. Nobody had ever told me I was good at drawing, though. I flipped over the paper to look at the scribbles, smiling a little as I remembered the past. And what I saw was incomprehensible scribblings. Incomprehensible with one exception. There was something I'd seen very recently.
IR2
Was it a formula? Something else. Maybe just a meaningless combination of letters and numbers. I couldn't tell. But it was the same formula Shogun had shown me in the chat when he had first made contact with me. Whose eyes are those? And I are too. Both of them were written on the back of this essay that I had written many years ago. One of them I had even forgotten myself. So if Shogun knew it, that meant that he really had been reading my thoughts. Ban was staring closely at a file as he sat in Frisia's meeting room, or rather the small space in their office, surrounded by shelves that served as one. Yua was sitting across from him, looking timid and scared. Every once in a while she would glance across from him. She looked like a kid showing a parent her report card. Ban was reading the report she had compiled on Takumi Nishijo and the new Jin cases. He even had the chat log between Takumi and Shogun from the day before the crucified incident. Yua's conclusion was that Takumi was behind the new Jin killings.
すごいわね。これ全部一人で調べたの？
はい、一応。
Yua looked down at her feet as Momose gave her the compliment. She seemed to be staring directly at the Garo froggy straps on her back. She was talking to a police detective and the head of a private detective agency. They were professionals at this kind of thing. From their perspective, anything she would try to do on her own would probably just look like a child pretending to be a detective. But both Ban and Momose were impressed at the quality of her report.
なかなかいい着眼点だ。よく調べたな。とりわけこの西条匠の多重性ってのが興味深い。西条匠は多重人格であり、オリジナルとなった西条匠の人格が眠っている時、つまり他の人格が活動中に事件を起こしている。本当に面白いわ。まあでもちょっとばかり現実離れしすぎてるかな。
刑事さんはその西条くんのこと犯人だって考えてないんですか？
はっきり言っていいかい？
Yua's face tensed up for a second, and then she nodded.
警察じゃ西条匠は容疑者として見ていない。
へえ、そうなの。
It wasn't just Yua. Momose was surprised too. Ban chuckled a little. He leaned back into his chair and put his hands behind his head.
少なくとも貼り付け事件じゃ西条は白だ。遺体を貼り付けていた杭には指紋がべったり付着しててな。西条の指紋を手に入れて照合してみたんだが全く合致しなかった。
そんな。
Yua began to turn pale, and her lips started shaking. As the theory she had believed in so much collapsed right in front of her face, the first thing she felt was guilt about all the things she had said to Takumi.
杭にあった指紋から容疑者についてはほぼ固まってんだ。まだマスコミにも公表してねえけどな。ちなみにそれ諏訪のお手柄だったりする。
諏訪ちゃんは頑張ってるっていうのに、バンちゃんはよくここでのんびりしていられるわね。
実はあれ捜査本部から外されたんだわ。
はあ？
本来の捜査サボって G レートのこととか調べてんの。 上司にバレちゃってな。
From Ban's perspective, there was actually no need for Suwa to call him and tell him about the seventh murder. He had wanted to tell his junior partner that, but had missed his chance.
あんたね、もっとうまく立ち回りなさいよ。まあバンちゃんに G レートのことを教えた私にも責任はあるけど。
気にすんなって。それに G レートの件は個人的にも気になってたんだ。まあ西条にしても貼り付け以外の事件じゃまだ捜査線上にいる。もしかするとユアちゃんの推理が正しいかもしれん。
ニュージェネは同一犯による連続殺人事件じゃないって警察は考えてるの？
まだなんとも。ただついさっき第7の事件が起きたようだしな。個人的には犯人は複数いると思ってる。いろいろ喋っちまった。口外したって知られたらクビになっちまう。今のはオフレコな。
He smiled mischievously and put his finger to his lips.
で、本題なんだが。
Yua was surprised. She was sure that she had been called here to talk about Takumi.
聞きたいことってのは学校のことなんだよ。ユアちゃんは青井瀬名って子を知ってるかい？君の同級生のはずなんだが。
Yua thought a little and then shook her head apologetically.
名前は聞いたことがあるような気がしますけど、話したことはありません。
ああ、そうか。
その人が犯人なんですか？
ああ、全くの別件だ。昨日徹夜したのもその子のこと調べてたからでな。
あんたさっき女子高生の生態がどうとかって。
Ban gave her a wink. Then he quickly turned back to Yua.
例えば学校でものすごい手品を使う女生徒がいるって噂を聞いたことは？
いえ、ありませんけど。
さっぱり話が見えないわね。何のこと？
例えば何もない空間から剣を取り出すような手品とか。
Yua's face jolted upwards. Her expression was filled with shock.
どうしてそれ？
Ban seemed a little surprised, despite being the one who had asked the question.
心当たりがあるのかい？
Yua hesitated for a moment before giving him a firm nod.
どこで見た？
駅の近くの地下道です。西条くんと岸本さんが。
フェスだな。それで
Yua gave him a brief description of how she had chased after Takumi 2 weeks ago, how she had gone to the manga cafe to talk to him, how she had been a little too forceful when talking to him and he had run away, how she had chased him all through Shibuya, how he had eventually lost her, and then when she was about to give up, she had seen him and Ayase going into a tunnel.
だから私、その階段の上から二人の様子をこっそり伺っていたんです。二人は階段の一番下で何か話していて、どんなことを話していたかは聞き取れなかったんですけど、そしたら突然岸本さんが剣を何もないところから取り出したんです。すごく大きな剣でバッグにも入らないような。
まさか。
The same.
同じだな。俺が見たのは岸本じゃなかったかな。さっき名前を出した青井瀬名っていう少女だ。実は葵が剣を振り回してたっていう目撃証言が渋谷のあちこちから出てる。
その手品、渋谷の若い子たちの間で流行ってるのかしら。
でも私が見たあれは手品にはとても見えませんでした。それに
他にも何か見たの？
信じてもらえるかどうかわからなくて、誰にも話したことはないんですけど、あの時岸本さんは剣を出しただけじゃなくて。
Yua paused for a moment to wet her dry lips. She didn't seem sure whether or not she should speak. Her gaze was wandering about the room, looking anywhere but at the people in front of her. Eventually, she seemed to make up her mind and looked straight at Momose.
二人に分身したんです。まるで本当にその場に二人いるみたいでした。私、わけがわからなくて。
There was a heavy silence in the meeting room. None of the three of them seemed to have any idea what to say.
とにかく一体どんな種があるのかわかんねえが、そんな手品みてえな真似ができる連中がこの渋谷には何人かいるらしい。まあそれと岸本綾瀬も青井瀬名も西条匠と接触したことは確認済みだ。これが偶然とは思えねえわけよ。
西条くん、
あの少年の周囲ではどうも現実離れしたことばかりが起きてるような気がする。
Ban remembered what he had said during his phone call.
怪獣か魔法使いで済ませられるならよっぽどいいけどね。
The other two didn't hear his whisper. Momose had one of her employees bring them tea to break the oppressive silence. She took a sip and sighed. Then she forced a smile and tried to change the subject.
ところで岩ちゃん、そのカバンにぶら下がってるカエル、最近流行ってるんでしょ？
あ、はい。
Yua let out a sigh of relief, glad to be off the subject.
なんて言うんだっけ？
ゲロカエルンです。
いろいろ種類が出てるんじゃなかった？ 10 種類ぐらい。
はい。私はその友達からもらっただけなので詳しくは知らないんですけど。
なんだってこんな手抜き商品が流行るんだろうな。見た目だって俺の方がずっと可愛いぞ。
ワンちゃん、寝言は寝てから言いなさい。
冗談だって。
私も実はそのどうして流行っているのかよくわからないんです。
あら、結構可愛いと思うけどね。
ももちゃんの見る目も衰えたな。
世論は私の方が正しいって証明してるじゃない。バンちゃんも買いに行った方がいいわよ。
Stream
一
elements.
体どこへ行けば買えるものなんだ？
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
ゲロカエルンの専門ショップがあちこちにあって。
専門ショップだ？
そこで金曜日に行列に並べば買えると思います。
金曜日？
毎週金曜日に新しいデザインのものが発売になるんです。好きな子はコンプリートとか言って全部集めてるみたいで。
Ban and Mimose had begun to glance at each other as Yua spoke. Ban was stroking his chin.
金曜か。流行るとは思えないものが流行ってて G レートは毎週末に上昇する。
まさかバンちゃん。
当たってみる価値はあるかもな。
When I went to school on Thursday, I got an unexpected offer from Misumi to go visit Ayase in the hospital. I hadn't thought of that at all, and it caught me off guard. But for some reason, before I could answer, Rimi had said she wanted to go. I ended up going along with them. Just to be clear, it's not that I was some cold person who didn't care about her. But with the threat of Shogun looming, I didn't have it in me to worry about other people. I don't want to die. Misumi had gone in through the front door, but when he got to the lobby, he didn't seem sure what to do.
どうしたの？
いや、岸本の病室ってどこなんだろうなって思ってよ。
Had he come all this way without actually bothering to check? If so, what an idiot.
ここは外来棟だよ。病棟は隣。
そうなのか。
大臣、しっかりしてよ。
AH Tokyo General Hospital. This was the hospital I had come to ever since I was little. I had just been here a while ago, in fact, so I had a pretty good idea of the basic layout. Suddenly, I remembered what had happened to Dr. Takashina, and let out a small moan that the others didn't hear. As Misumi headed for the inpatient rooms, I looked behind me.
で、病棟の何号室だと思う？
そんなのわかんないよ。
This was a general hospital with any number of departments in it. I would guess.
多分外科じゃないかな。でももしかすると精神科かも。
When she had fallen, she hadn't looked like she was that badly injured. And if she was in bad enough shape mentally to try and jump off a building, it was entirely possible they would put her there. It had happened to me after the incident at O-Front, for some reason.
タクって物知りだな。
常識でしょ、常識。ね、タク。
Maybe not everybody. I wouldn't have known unless I had been here so many times. Rimi stopped just before we got to the inpatient area.
私、お手洗い行ってくる。先に行ってて。
She waved and headed back toward the outpatient wing. Misumi and I figured that we would both bother the other patients if we wandered around, so we decided to ask about Ayase at the nurse's station. Just like I thought, they gave us the number of a room in the psych ward. The room was small and simple in layout. There was a bathroom on the right side from the entrance, and a bed near the back. The evening sun was pouring in through the window on the far wall. There was no sign of Ayase herself. The bed was unmade, so she must have been here a little bit ago.
どこ行ったんだ？
さあ。
The window was open. The wind was blowing into the room, making the white curtains billow. It had been bothering me ever since I came into the room. I felt awful, negative delusions coming on, like she might have jumped out the window. Like if I looked down, I would see her below, covered in blood, brains splattered on the pavement. I had to see. I walked toward the window with shaking legs, like a man possessed. I stood at the window. The sky was the color of evening. The air was crisp with the scent of fall. What would I see if I looked below? Something terrible? I gulped and very, very slowly leaned out my head and looked below. There was nothing there at all. I couldn't see Ayase's body on the ground below. I must have been overthinking things. Relieved, I went to pull my head back inside. Suddenly I noticed something. The window on the floor below ours. There was a towel there, flapping in the wind. I thought it was just a white towel, but I could see what looked like blue letters on it. The way it was flapping made it hard to read, and I really didn't care about it anyway. Why should I care about the lettering on a towel? But for some reason I found myself trying desperately to read it. And then I looked closely and saw that the letters said, "Whose eyes are those?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't look away. And then an unseen hand pulled the towel inside, as if they had known I had seen it just now. No, that was impossible. There was no way that somebody I knew could be occupying the hospital room exactly below this one. And even if somebody who wasn't a patient was waiting there for me, they would have no way of knowing if I had looked out the window or not. There weren't any security cameras in the room. It was just a coincidence. It had to be. But what if it wasn't? Terrified, I looked back toward the door. Nobody was there. The door was closed. I backed away from the window, feeling scared and creeped out. Don't think about it. Force yourself to not think about it. It's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. I kept repeating that to myself over and over.
見ろよタク、変な本があるぞ。
I looked up in shock when Mitsumi said my name. He had taken a book off the shelf and was reading it.
ヌーだぜ、ヌー。この雑誌、まだ続いてたんだな。
New was a magazine that dealt with UFOs, aliens, psychic powers, religions, urban legends, strange phenomena, ancient super civilizations, and lost technology. Anything even tangentially related to the occult. It didn't surprise me in the least that a girl who constantly talked about crazy stuff, like Ayase, was reading it.
こっちの文庫本は、何々グラジオウルキ黙示録詩編ファンタジー小説っぽいな。
I had never heard of this book, but I had heard the word gladio somewhere before. Where was it again? It felt like it had been really recently.
岸本と付き合うとなると、この趣味に合わせないといけねえのか。大変そうだぜ、これは。
Was he still planning on dating Ayase somehow? Last time she had shot him down hard. Huh? Suddenly I realized Ayase's D-sword was leaning up against the wall. Its shape reminded me of a space battleship you might see in a sci-fi movie. Every time I saw it, I was struck by how cool it looked and the way it combined beauty and cruelty. It wasn't glowing right now. It was just sitting there. But still, you could feel its heavy presence. Mitsumi showed no indication that he saw the sword. I guess normal people really couldn't see them. Maybe if I just took it without telling Ayase, it would be mine then, right? If I could get a D-sword that easily, then all my problems would be solved, right? I gulped and reached out for the weapon with a trembling hand. I went to grab the blade. I thought I had grabbed it, but my hand passed right through it. I had only grabbed thin air. I tried again, but the same thing happened. I couldn't take it. I couldn't even touch it. Was the sword not real booted right now? And since there was no shared awareness of its existence, it was just a delusion of Ayase's. An illusion. A dream. An afterimage.
何やってんだお前。
Misumi was looking at me, confused. We waited another 10 minutes, but there was no sign of Ayase. Rimi, who had supposedly just gone to the bathroom, was nowhere to be seen either. Where had she gone?
リミって、この病室の場所知ってたか？
あ、
We had asked about the room at the nurse's station after splitting up with Rimi. She might be wandering around looking for us.
あいつバカだからな。俺たちみたいに誰かに聞こうって発想がないのかもしんねえぞ。
探しに。
I was nervous without her around. There was no way to know for sure if this hospital was safe. If Shogun was reading my mind, he would know exactly where I
そうだ
was.
な。待つのも飽きたし、タクもあいつがいないと寂しいだろうからな。なあ、ぶっちゃけ、リミとはどうなんだ？
え？
付き合ってんのかって聞いてんだよ。お前ら、最近結構いい感じじゃね？
付き合ってないよ。
As I spoke, my face flushed. Me and Rimi, dating. I had had some delusions about the idea, sure. I wasn't into 3D girls, but Rimi was a pretty big part of my life now. But when Rimi had offered to stay by my side, she had also said this.
そんなの友達だからに決まってるでしょ。
In other words, she saw me as a friend. She would have no interest in dating a creepy otaku like me, obviously. And Rimi didn't seem like the type who would want to date anyway. Misumi and I decided to split up and look for her. Misumi checked the floor below, so I went to check the one above us.
Amisha! Roha! Amisha!
I passed by an elderly man in his 50s. He was clearly a patient here. He was slowly staggering down the hallway, calling out for Amy, whoever that was. I ignored him and kept walking. Walking around the hospital didn't really bother me as much as I had thought it would. It was probably because I had been here so many times. Still, the thought that Shogun might appear from behind every corner or open door made my heart race. There were those strange screams I sometimes heard too. They were bad for my heart. The walls and floor of the hallway were all the same off-white color. Some doors were open and some weren't. I peeked inside a few of them to see if Shogun was lurking there. Each room had 2 beds, and I could see human-shaped forms beneath the sheets. Those must have been patients, sleeping, but for some reason all of them were turned away from me, and I couldn't see their faces. There weren't many people out in the hallway. There had been the old man calling for Amy, and then a nurse. They had been the only 2 I had seen. I didn't want to stay here for too much longer. I wasn't sure why, but that's how it felt. The air felt heavy. It wasn't unpleasant, but it felt like I didn't belong here. As I kept going forward, I saw that the hallway turned to the right. There must be more rooms down there, I thought, as I nervously rounded the corner. I saw a wall right in front of me. Unlike the off-white of the other walls, this one was painted pure black. For some reason, my heart began to race faster and faster. I couldn't move. My vision began to swim. I thought I was just feeling dizzy and closed my eyes, but when I put my fingers on my eyelids, I could feel my eyes twitching beneath them. A cold feeling, like ice, worked its way up my body from below. I stood there, completely still, forgetting to breathe. I stared at the black in front of me. It felt like it was pulling me, drawing me in. An endless black that continued on for eternity. There was nothing there, but somebody was watching me. I could feel the gaze of God stabbing me into the back. It was far, far worse than it had ever been at the base. Don't look at me. I used every scrap of my mental power I had to force my eyes closed. Only then could I breathe. Panting, I stepped back. I lowered my head, turned around, and ran. I headed back to the floor Ayase's room was on as fast as I could, stopping to catch my breath only after I had headed down the stairs. I touched my neck and found it was covered with a thick, sticky layer of sweat. It wasn't just my neck. My whole body was soaked. What the hell was that? Was it Shogun reading my mind? I could still sense the gaze of God. It was still hard to breathe. I was still cold. I felt exhausted. I wanted to go home. I wanted to have Rimi take me back to the base, and then I could stay there and never leave it again. Even if I did manage to find Ayase, she would be annoyed, not happy, to see me. Misumi was only here because he was trying to get laid. I was an idiot to play along with it. I should just go home before Shogun and Yua show up. Those two could appear anywhere at any time. They would be able to find me easily. I couldn't relax anywhere. I headed back to Ayase's room. I was staggering, barely able to walk. I had to put my hand on the wall for support. Was Misumi back, I wondered? I slowly kept moving forward, praying that he had managed to find Rimi.
山井さんがまたアミーちゃんっていう名前を呼んでたんですよ。
I could hear the voices of the nurses in front of me. I looked up to see two nurses walking towards me. One was young, the other was a plump, older woman.
一体誰のことを探してるのか。
それこの病院に伝わる怪談よ。誰も知らない幻の病室があって、そこにアミーちゃんが入院してるらしいわ。もう何年も前からある噂。
I put my head down and waited for the two of them to pass. I held my breath so that they couldn't hear how much trouble I was having breathing. I could tell they were looking at me suspiciously, but all I could do was try to ignore them. When they were gone, I started to walk again. Somehow I managed to make it to the nurse's station. Ayase's room was in front of the nurse's station. I must have passed it. I groaned and wiped the sweat off my forehead. It still felt like somebody was watching me. I could feel a piercing sensation in my chest. My ears were ringing too. I felt awful. It seemed like I might pass out at any moment. I had been just fine when I got here. What had happened to me? I was in so much pain. I just couldn't take it. I decided to get help from one of the nurses at the nurses' station. But there was only one person there. Evidently, she hadn't noticed me. She had her back turned and was muttering something as she worked. There was a clipboard in her hand. She was writing something on the paper it held. I had met her before. It was Hazuki, the nurse. That's right. This was the mental ward at AH Tokyo General Hospital. Of course she would be here. I had talked to her twice in just the last month. Perfect. If she saw me, she would help out immediately. Just then, I heard a beeping noise. It sounded important. Hazuki put down her clipboard and flipped the switch in front of her. The beeping noise stopped. Evidently, someone had hit the button to call a nurse. She quickly ran out of the nurse's station. She seemed not to notice me. I was suffering so much, just a few feet away from her, and she didn't even see me. I couldn't stand. The vertigo was incredible. Helplessly, I went inside the nurse's station and decided to wait for her to come back. I found the stool she had been sitting on and sat down on it. My head hurt so bad. It was like the earthquake a week ago, but the pain was different somehow. Maybe. I wanted something to drink. I had been out of breath for so long that even breathing hurt. I took a quick glance around me. I saw the clipboard Hazuki had been writing on. I could see what was drawn on it. Last time I had seen her, she had been smiling as she had written something on it. I thought she was taking down my temperature or the names of the drugs I should be given. So, what was this? I couldn't understand.
これって
I had seen it somewhere before. I had seen this terrible drawing somewhere before. Where? Where had I seen it? My head hurt so bad. The stabbing pain. The prickling at the back of my neck. Don't look at me. I picked up the clipboard. There were several papers there, all medical charts. I flipped through them. The second one had the same terrible picture. I flipped to the next. The third one was the same. The fourth, too, and the fifth, and the sixth. They all had the same picture on them. This picture. It was crucified. The shipping crate that Takumi Nishijo called home was perched silently on the roof of an old building in Shinsen. Senna Aoi was coming here now for the second time. The first had been a few days prior, when she had run into Takumi and Kozue at the center street. She had secretly followed him home. That's how she had found this place.
セナさん、やめた方がいいと思うのら。泥棒さんはね、クズピ嫌いなの。にゃ。
それならどうしてついてきた？
Senna spoke coldly, without even looking back at Kozue. Senna had come here to sneak into Takumi's room. Takumi Nishijo wasn't normal. After talking to him several times, that was the conclusion she had reached. He was different from normal gigalomaniacs like Senna and Kozui. Either the strength of his delusions was incredibly intense, or he was receiving some kind of artificial support. Either way, his very existence seemed like it was unstable somehow. Something about him bothered Senna a lot. She was looking for a man named Hatano, and it was possible that Takumi Nishijo was connected to him somehow. She had no way of being sure, but if there was any chance, even a small one, she wouldn't rest until she had ruled it out with her own eyes. As long as she kept doing that, she would find her target eventually. That's what Senna believed. There was a padlock on the door. Senna gave a little snort and brought down her D sword. She had already real booted it. The padlock shattered easily.
匠さんが帰ってきたら怒られちゃうよ。
Senna had already seen that Takumi had left school with two friends, heading in the direction of the station. And even if he did find out, she didn't care. Senna would do anything to achieve her goal, even if that meant making somebody mad or having them call the cops. She opened the door and went inside. The place was like a garbage dump. Senna couldn't help but wince and give a small moan.
汚いね。
なんで楽しそうなんだ小杖。
靴は脱いだ方がいいのかな。
Senna sighed and went inside the room without bothering to remove her shoes.
お人形さんいっぱいなのら。うぷー。たくみさんって変態さんだったんだ。すごいな。
Senna ignored Kozue, who seemed strangely impressed for some reason, and went over to the computer. She turned on Takumi's PC, and while she waited for it to boot up, she ran her eyes across the contents of the desk. Her eyes narrowed as she picked up an old sheet of essay paper. Whose eyes are those?
その目、誰の目だ。
Kozui had been looking over Senna's shoulder. She was jumping up and down with delight.
やっぱりたくみちゃんがその目誰の目の人だったのら。コズピーはパンパカパーンだったぽーん。
Senna, however, seemed much less interested in the essay than Kozui. She flipped it over to see if anything was written on the other side. Suddenly, her eyes went wide with shock.
これは
What she saw there was
うんぴー、人がいっぱいだね。これロボットさん ?IR2 だって。セナさん
Senna was gritting her teeth so loud that you could physically hear it. Her expression was even angrier than usual, and her hands shook with rage as she held the essay.
そうか西条が IR2 を生み出した張本人か。
Her voice was quiet. Senna crumpled up the essay into a ball and crushed it with her fist. I got up and left the nurse station, and now I was wandering around the hospital. My brain still felt like it was full of fog. I decided not to think about what I had just seen. Somehow I ended up at the stairwell. Misumi was there, standing in front of the window.
どうしたタク？汗びっしょりじゃねえか。顔色も悪いし。あ、顔色悪いのはいつもか。もしかして走って探してたのか？そりゃバテもするぜ。無茶するね、お前って。
I wiped away the sweat and tried my best to pretend I was okay.
リミと岸本、見つけたぜ。
But I couldn't see the two of them anywhere. Then, for some reason, he pointed out the window.
あそこだ。
I took a moment to catch my breath before walking over to the window. From the window, I could see the outpatient building next to us. The outpatient and inpatient areas were separate buildings. There was a walkway that led between them, but the two were a distance apart. The inpatient building was a few stories taller, and from the stairwell, you could just look down on the outpatient building's roof. There was a garden there, with a planter filled with red flowers. It was a space for patients to relax. Rimi and Ayase were standing in the middle of the garden, facing each other. Ayase was wearing her pajamas. They seemed to be discussing something. The two of them didn't know each other, right?
なんか妙にシリアスに見えねえか。
They seemed to be glaring at one another. Suddenly, Ayase took a step forward and slapped Rimi across the face. Even from here, I could see that she had given her full strength. Now Ayase was walking away from Rimi. If she was heading toward the connecting corridor, she might come back to her room.
今ビンタしたよな。
I nodded. Rimi was standing there alone. She wasn't moving.
あの二人ってトラブル抱えてんのか？
I hadn't heard anything like that at all. Misumi suggested we pretend we had never seen it. I eagerly agreed. We decided to leave Rimi where she was and head to Ayase's room. I was feeling a lot better than I had a bit ago. The gaze of God was gone. That awful feeling had disappeared like it had never happened. Misumi let out a soft gasp. He was walking ahead of me. I looked up and saw Ayase heading toward us. She was looking down at her feet. She seemed sick and pale and was having trouble walking. Her expression seemed dark too. We ended up running into each other right in front of her hospital room.
よ、岸本さん。
Ayase looked up in surprise at his cheerful greeting. And when she saw me, she gave a smile that somehow made it look like she was about to cry. Why was she smiling just now? Because she had heard about the mess at Ofront and how much of a fool I had made of myself? Or did she just like me? If it was the former, that was incredibly depressing.
俺たち君のお見舞いに来たんだよね。つうか岸本さん、パジャマ姿も可愛いじゃん。
He was already using his pickup artist skills. Talk about being fast on your feet.
入って。
Ayase, for her part, wasn't nearly as cold as she had been to him before. She opened the door and invited us in. She didn't mention the fact that she had just slapped Rimi on the roof at all. I wasn't sure whether she was just hiding it, or if she had just totally gotten over it in this short time. As always, it was impossible to tell what Ayase was thinking.
やっぱ見舞いに来たのは正解だったぜ。今日は好感触だ。
Misumi gave me a little thumbs up, making sure Ayase couldn't see. He was panting a little as he went into the room. I followed him. I had wanted to go home with Rimi, but I didn't have the courage to talk to her right now. I didn't know why it happened, but if somebody had slapped her that hard, she must be feeling pretty bad. And I didn't have the words to make her feel better. Ayase sat down on the bed. Misumi sat down next to her, somehow managing to even make it look natural in the process. I was astonished at his boldness. Seeing him go on the offensive was making me feel a little awed. Ayase gave him a glance before fixing her gaze on me. As she stared at me, I didn't know what sort of look I should have on my face. In the end, I decided to look at my feet.
怪我どう？もうだいぶ良くなってるみたいだけど。なんか必要なものあるなら遠慮なく言ってよ。俺がすぐ買ってきてやるぜ。
He was staring at her hand. Evidently, he was looking for a chance to grab it. Should I not be here? Oops.
あ、小説とか読む？俺さ、グラジオール記黙示録詩編ってのが好きなんだけど。岸本さん、知ってる？
匠。
Ayase ignored Misumi's question. Instead, she said my name.
君はグラジオールの7騎士の一人よ。
あ？
え？
There she goes again. Even after her failed suicide attempt, evidently Ayase's personality hadn't changed.
やっぱり導きだったんだわ。君と私が出会ったのは。
She spoke, softly, unemotionally. She began to share whatever crazy backstory she had in her head.
君の邪神はとても強大。だからこそ言うことなしなのよ。黒騎士としての素質は。君が今経験している苦しみはすべて神罰。大いなる意志による試練なの。それを乗り越えた時に理想度は召喚されるわ。君の手に必ず。そして現れるのよ。邪神の黒き大蛇。あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神王の身を砕くことのできる。同質にして異質なるものが。現実なの。グラジオールも理想度も。カマイたちがその証よ。実在しない現象は後世に言葉として残ることはないわ。知っている？語源を。カマエたち。それは理想度を意味しているの。信じて、匠。グラジオールを倒すのよ。一緒に。
Gladiole. Now I remembered. I had seen it when I first looked up the D-Sword. From what I had read, the legend of the D-Sword originally came from old text and apocrypha about the legend of Gladiole. Supposedly, anyway. Misumi silently stood up and walked towards me. As he passed by me, he put his hand on my shoulder.
俺もうついていけねえや。あとは任せた。
He let out an annoyed sigh and left the room. Don't leave me alone with her. Ayase seemed completely uninterested in Misumi's sudden departure, if she had even noticed at all. It was as if he had never been in the room to begin with. She was always like that, always above anything that was going on around her. It was like she saw something different than everyone else.
君が生み出したんでしょ。あの時の花壇。それで悟ったの。君はすでに目覚めていると。
僕はギガロマニアックスじゃないよ。
ギガロ？何？
ギガロマニアックスでしょ。青いセナから聞いた。
青いセナ。 一度だけ会ったことがあるわ。グラジオールの黒騎士よ、彼女。
Black Knight of Gladiol, Gigalomaniac. Did the words mean the same thing?
とにかく僕は違うんだ。リソードだって結局手に入れられなかった。
神罰を乗り越えて、そうすれば剣は召喚される。
神罰？
苦しみ、心的負荷の爆発、心の扉の向こう側、あるいは精神的拷問。言い方はいろいろ。
僕これまでにもたくさん苦しんできたよ。
Even now, I was suffering. The whole country was laughing at me. The police thought I was a killer. Shogun and Yua were threatening me. And then there was Nanami.
私は精神病院にいたわ。子供の頃の話。
うん。
I knew about that. I had read about it online. But why was she talking to me about this?
そこには5年弱いた。私の心はとても弱くて。だから攻撃した。周囲にあるものすべてを。同時に自分のことも。
Ayase began to speak, slowly, like a whisper. Sitting there in her pastel pajamas, fingers running along the creases in the sheets. There was no trace of the strength I had seen at her concert. Was the best I had seen then even real?
私はよく窓ガラスを割っていたの。問題児ね。
There was a small smile on her lips.
割れたガラスの破片。そこにいつもぼんやりと見えていた。
何が？
剣が。でも何年もそれが何なのかわからなかった。ようやくそれがディソードだと知ったのは施設に入って4年ほど経った頃。それまで私は好き放題やっていたけど、ある日施設の職員が一斉に入れ替わって、私は何ヶ月もいろいろな拷問をされて、心が壊れてしまう間際に大いなる意志の声が聞こえて、やっと召喚できたの。
拷問って？
それが神罰だった。邪神を打ち破る力を手に入れるには純粋なる邪神が必要。
Did that mean she was telling me to suffer more? That if I didn't, I wouldn't get the sword? If so, then I would rather just forget the whole thing. I didn't want to suffer. I had already been through so much. Just leave me alone. I put my hands up to my head, suddenly feeling an urge to scream as loud as I could. But Ayase's voice wouldn't let me.
すべてはお告げよ。すでに渋谷に集っているはずなの。7人の黒騎士は。あとは全員が覚醒するだけ。急がないと世界は滅びるわ。グラジオールの手によって。
Misumi and I both looked at each other and shrugged as we walked down to the first floor.
俺 もう岸本のことはどうでもよくなった。これまでの俺のポリシーはな、タク。可愛ければ何でも許してやるだった。けどそりゃ間違ってたよ。あんな強烈な電波、俺には受け止めらんねえよ。素直に梢ちゃんだけ狙うことにするぜ。
I wasn't sure that was a good idea either. Misumi already had a girlfriend after all.
お前マジですごいな。岸本のあの脳みそお花畑の話、よく30分近くも聞いてられるよ。俺尊敬したぜ。俺は3分も持たなかった。この俺がだぞ。
Okay. I kept an eye on my surroundings as I walked, only occasionally responding to some comment Misumi made. When we got to the outpatient building lobby, I could see Rimi standing there, looking a little spaced out. Cold wind was rustling through her hair, and I could see she lacked her usual cheerful demeanor. She was looking up at the night sky as if some big problem was on her mind.
おーい、リミ。
When Misumi said her name, she turned to us with a sudden bright smile on her face and waved energetically at us. Seeing her smile made me feel relieved. I found myself running up to her. Of course, I couldn't hug her or anything like that, so running up to her was all I did.
感動の再会だね。また会えて嬉しい。
どこほっつき歩いてたんだ。
病室どこかわからなくてあちこちさまよっちゃった。ひどいよ、置いてくなんて。
She gave us a show of fake crying.
お前が先に行けって言ったんだろ。
そうだったね。で、岸本さんには会えた？
I nodded. Misumi was behind me, but I could tell he was grinning.
お前、岸本にビンタされてただろ。
さて、何のことでしょう。
Evidently, Rimi had wanted to keep the fact that Ayase had slapped her a secret. I hadn't intended to bring it up. Misumi, read the room.
隠そうったって無駄だぜ。俺は一部始終を見てたんだ。某家政婦のようにな。
なんだ、バレてたのか。
She gave us an awkward look and then stared up into my
も
eyes.
しかしてタクも見てたの？
そうだ。俺とタクで決定的瞬間をバッチリ見てた。
Don't tell her that.
なんだ、それじゃあ必死にごまかそうとしてたのがバカみたいじゃない。屋上に行ったらちょうど岸本さんがいたから、つい気になってたことを質問しちゃったの。そしたら機嫌損ねたみたい。
A question.
なんだよ、気になってたことって。
剣を見せてって。
Did that mean Rimi could see the D swords too? I thought so for a moment, but I was wrong.
ほら、タクが前に剣のこと話してたでしょ。だから私も見たいなーって。
それで引っ叩かれたのか？意味わからん。岸本って剣の話ばっかしてるのにな。さっきも病室に入った途端、グラディエーターがどうとか言い出して、マジビビったぜ。
The three of us walked side by side through the outpatient lobby. This part of the hospital had evidently closed for the day because there were only a few people there. There were, however, around 10 people gathered around the big LCD TV in the corner.
何かな？
また新しいニュージェネでも起きたんじゃね？
Misumi whispered. I froze, but Rimi. She quietly gripped my hand. The warm feeling kept me from being any more scared. I could feel the tension in my heart melt away. Rimi was my support. Rimi gave me safety. Rimi would stay with me. Maybe I was being a little too optimistic, but having her by my side kept the terror just barely manageable. I was so glad she was here.
なあ、二人とも来てみろよ。
Misumi had gone over to the TV and was beckoning to the two of us. The others, patients young and old, and even the nurses, were all glued to the screen. What was going on?
行ってみよ
Rimi pulled me by the hand until we were close enough to see the TV. Nervously, I looked at it, and when I saw what the text on the screen said, I was stunned. It was news about the arrest of the new Jin
繰
killer.
り返しお伝えします。今日午後3時半ごろ、警視庁渋谷署はいわゆるニュージェネレーションの凶器と呼ばれる渋谷で発生した一連の殺人事件のうち、9月29日に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件の容疑者を逮捕しました。殺人容疑で逮捕されたのは無職狛枝慎吾容疑者25歳です。容疑については先ほど渋谷署で行われた記者会見の通り、今のところ太田久さん殺害についてのみで、他の事件に関する容疑は今後追及していく構えです。狛枝容疑者は太田さん殺害については容疑を認めており、交際している女性が太田さんにしつこくつけ回され、カッとなって首を絞めた。しかしゾンビだったため死なず、貼り付けにして動きを止めた。
Zombie. A human being who's come back to life as a corpse. Their original personality is gone, and while their movements are slow, they are violent and attack other human beings. One theory says that zombies were originally people put into a coma with zombie powder, a dust made from tetrodotoxin, and wrongly buried alive. While underground, the lack of oxygen caused brain damage, leading to what we would call now a zombie-like state.
などと意味不明の供述をしています。警察の調べでは、狛枝容疑者には現在交際している女性がいないことが明らかになっており、薬物を摂取していた疑いもあるとみて捜査を進めています。
I couldn't believe it. The TV was showing recorded footage of the suspect being taken away by car. There were media everywhere, the light from their camera bulbs making the screen flash. There was a jacket over the man's head. I couldn't see what he looked like at all.
タク。
Rimi's hand gripped mine tighter. She whispered to me as she looked at the
やっ
screen.
ぱりタクは犯人なんかじゃなかったし、将軍っていう人も単なるいたずらだったんだよ。楠木さんだって間違った推理をしてただけ。ね、これで何もかも解決。もう見えない影なんかに怯えることないんだよ。
That's right. If they had arrested somebody else for the crucified murder, then that meant I couldn't have been the one to do it. I wasn't a sleepwalker, and I didn't have multiple personalities. This proved I was completely normal. And at the same time, it proved that I hadn't seen Rimi covered in blood there either. It hadn't been real. It had just been an illusion of mine. It was over. The nightmare I had been dealing with for the past month was over. I didn't need to be jumping as shadows anymore. I didn't need to be scared of the gaze of God. I didn't need to be frantically looking for the D sword. I didn't need to do any of that. So why? Why did something feel so wrong? The idea that Shogun had just been stalking me as some kind of prank didn't seem credible. Maybe I only thought that way because my sense of what was normal had been numbed for the past month. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I had set it on vibrate like I was supposed to, but I still couldn't take a phone call in a hospital. I let go of Rimi's hand and headed out the front door. I answered the phone.
はい。誰？
I tensed up. Maybe it was the Torians song again. I checked the name on the phone, but it was unlisted. I got a bad feeling and went to hang up, but the voice on the other end was in terrible pain, but it was, without a doubt, Nanami's voice.
ナナミ。
何なの？右手を返して。
The Garo Froggy specialty shop was called Totally Froggy. Someone at some point must have thought it was a funny pun, but all it could elicit from Ban was a tired sigh. There were 20 Totally Froggy stores all across the city, and they were supposedly building more. The one in Harajuku was the first one that had been built, and so it was a mecca for Garo Froggy fans. That was the one Ban had decided to visit, and he was quickly regretting it.
なあ、ゆあちゃん、帰っていいか？
He whispered to Yua, who had accompanied him to the store and shown him where it was.
でも百瀬さんからゲロカエルンを買ってくるように頼まれてるんじゃ。
だってよ、おじさんだけ明らかに浮いてるからさ。
It was right on Takashita Street, and there were countless young people walking outside, having fun and talking to each other. Most of them were completely ignoring the shop. The inside was small and mostly devoid of people. There were only about 5 people there, including Ban and Yua, and all of them but Ban were teenage girls. A guy that looked like Ban walking down Takashita Street with a teenage girl like Yua probably seemed like he was buying sex. And now here he was buying her the mascot character that all the kids loved. What a perfectly stereotypical old pervert he was. Ban felt depressed. And
なんか誰かに見られてるような気がするんだよな。いい年して自意識過剰かもしんねえが。
あ、それ
Stream
私も
elements
です。
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
最近誰かの視線を感じて、たまにすごく怖くなるんですよ。
なんで俺だけじゃなかったか？ゆあちゃんの場合は心配だな。ストーカーに付け狙われてたりしたら。
そんな怖いこと言わないでください。
安心しな。そんな奴がいたら俺が逮捕してやるから。
Ban grinned, then turned to look at the Garo Froggy items on the shelf.
ところで、ゆあちゃんはここに来るのは何度目だ？
私も初めてです。
あんまり客がいねえようだが。静かなブームってやつなのか？
金曜日から日曜日にかけてはすごく混んでるらしいです。あ、つまり新作が発売されて週末の間だけですね。特に金曜日はものすごく並ぶらしくて、学生のために18時に販売開始なんですけど、噂だとその行列だけで竹下通りが埋め尽くされるとか。
週末だけね。ますます怪しいな。
Ban decided to grab 2 of last week's frog, teary-eyed Garrow Froggy, and take them to the register. Yua seemed to have decided not to buy any for herself. She simply followed behind him.
射精
The clerk was a rather dim-looking 20-something man with his hair dyed green. He even had pierced ears. If he wasn't at the register, it would have been hard to believe he worked in a store. He certainly didn't seem like the customer service type. The clerk was openly gawking at Yua and Ban.
娘さんへのプレゼントってやつっすか？
そうなんだよね。この子がどうしてもって言うから。まあ、たまには父親らしいことしてやらんとね。
Ban gave the clerk a friendly, awkward-looking grin. Yua had a surprised look on her face and quickly turned her head down, but Ban ignored her and continued to play the role of Dad.
それより、このカエルに興味あるんだけど、ちょっと話聞かせてもらっていいかな？ゲコカエルンってそんなに人気あるの？
っていうかゲロカエルんすよ。バンバン人気あってやばいっす。
ゲプカエルンね。いつも週末に新作が出るんでしょ。
ゲロカエルンだって言ってんじゃんマジ。っていうか新作とかそういう言い方マジやめてよ。新ガエルだから。金土日と超並んでバンバン売れるんでマジやばいっすよ。マジでバンバン売れるっすから。バンバンっすよマジで。
Yua suddenly narrowed her eyes. Something in the way he was saying bang so many times felt strange. Why did he keep emphasizing it? It probably wasn't deliberate, but it felt like he was using it as an excuse to say Bond's name over and over again, and in a really rude way too.
これ、メイドインチャイナってラベルに書いてあるだけなんだけど、メーカーとかわかる？
は？メーカー？つうかゲロカエルにブランドとかねえし、ゲロカエルはゲロカエルんじゃね？それで完結してね。おっさん待ち受けんだけど。教えとくと、ゲロカエルんって作ってんじゃねえから。マジバンバン生まれてっから。
Ban felt like was about to bang his fist into the clerk's face if the conversation continued any longer. He paid and left the store.
チー、店員の教育がなってねえな。今時の若い連中ときたらもうろくに会話もできやしねえ。大体なんだあの格好は。
そうですね。あ。
Suddenly, Yua stopped. She grabbed onto Ben's jacket to bring him to a halt as well.
見てください、バンさん。
どうした？
Yua pointed towards a parked truck. Several cardboard boxes were being unloaded from it at that very moment. They were being carried into the back of the Garrow Froggy shop. That's...
明日発売になるゲジカエルの新作か。
ゲロカエルンです。
ユアちゃん、よく見つけたな。偉いぞ。
いえ、そんな。
Normally, the truck would have had a company name on it, but it was completely painted white. The boxes, however, had a picture of Garo Froggy and the name of a company on them.
有限会社振興。聞いたことあるかい？
ありません。
となれば困った時のももちゃん頼みだな。
Misumi and I parted ways at the station, and I headed back to the base. The whole time it felt like I was wandering in a nightmare. I kept seeing Nanami's face flickering in and out of my mind, a different expression on it each time. Nanami was the type whose feelings always showed on her face. When she was mad, she would puff out her cheeks. When she was happy, she would grin so much it made you embarrassed to look at her. All those expressions in my memories came back to me, one by one. It made me feel sick. What was that call? What had Nanami meant? Was the bandage I had seen on her arm at school? Where was she at now? At school? Or had she gone home? With Rimi's help, I made it up to the roof.
どうしたの？
これから実家に帰ってみようと思うんだ。
これから急だね。
歩いても30分もかからないところなんだ。それで一緒についてきてほしい。
I felt so nervous as I asked her that. I thought my heart would burst out of my chest. I was a little surprised that I was able to get the words out. I had never been able to ask anyone for anything before.
それって。
Rimi seemed lost in thought.
もしかしてご両親に紹介するみたいな流れ？
Rimi said something so ridiculous, my mouth fell open.
だとしたら心の準備がまだ。
違う。そうじゃなくて。
And suddenly, a high-pitched sound stabbed my ears. It was like a girl's scream. The wind blew hard. The air shook around me. A crimson light blinded me. I turned toward the source of the light, unsure of what was going on. There, on top of the shipping crate, I looked up. And saw Senna Aoi holding her D-sword in her hand. The light was coming from the flashing D-sword, but something was strange. The last time I saw it, Senna's D-sword had been flashing with a blue light. The sound quickly disappeared. The wind stopped.
答える。
Her voice was sharp. Her gaze was cold. I could see murder in her
これを
eyes.
書いたのはお前か？
She was holding the essay with the IR2 equation scribbled on the back. It was all wrinkled like someone had crumpled it up. Why would Senna have that? Why would she even be here? The words breaking and entering came into my mind, and I realized that she had been in my room. But why?
答えろと言っている。
そうだけど、だから。
Now it was Kozupi's voice. She was behind Senna's back. She was clinging to Senna's leg and poking her head out at me. Her expression was incredibly tense. Just as Kozupi shouted, Senna jumped. She raised the sword. Rimi yanked me backward, and I fell backwards. I looked up at the place where I had just been standing. Senna's sword had torn a chunk out of the ground. Its sharpness and destructive power were almost unreal. The impact had been enough to shatter concrete, but the blade was unharmed. I thought the D-swords were supposed to be invisible, and you couldn't even touch them. Then I remembered what I had heard before. The sword must have been real booted. The four of us here had a shared awareness of Senna's D-sword. It wasn't a delusion anymore. It was real. It was a huge sword with the power to cut someone in half. If Rimi hadn't pulled me back, the beautiful blade would have sliced into me, head first, and I would have died instantly. My whole body started to shake. Senna had just tried to kill me. Why? My mind was filled with questions. Not too long ago, she, Kozupi, and I had all been eating Garugari-kun popsicles together. We certainly weren't close enough that I would call her a friend, and she had still scared me. But it certainly didn't feel like she was going to attack me on sight with a D-sword.
殺してやる。
Senna looked up, glaring at me. She moved fast. Even though she was carrying that huge weapon, she got into a crouch like a sprinter at the starting line and began to run. The tip of the blade tore into the ground as she got closer and closer, and when she was close enough, she raised it high above her head. My instincts told me in an instant what was going on. She was serious. Senna was serious. I was lying on the ground staring up, helpless and pathetic. I screamed. I couldn't escape. This was just so unfair. So sudden. How could it suddenly be game over like this? All that time I had spent running away from Shogun, and now I would die to a surprise attack from Senna. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. And then someone leapt between us, standing between me and Cinna. I realized it was Remy. She was standing between me and Cinna with her arms spread out wide to block her path. Was she putting herself in danger to protect me? But Remy, you'll die. I don't want that. Suddenly, I remembered what Kozubi had said before. Pale light began to pour out from between Remy's spread arms. Remy,
タクに手を出さないで。
brought her hands together around the streaming rays of light. The air shook around us. Shining feathers of light appeared from out of nowhere and began to dance around Remy. And in her hands I saw Cinna had brought her huge D-sword down with full force, but she easily blocked it.
追い詰めないで。
The thing in her hands was far too elegant, far too holy to be called a sword. It was like the wings of an angel. And then I understood. She, Remy Sakihara, was also a gigalomaniac. I mean, we already knew that, really, but, you know. Oh, I like her weapon. That is nice looking. I always am fond of double blades like that. Cinna Aoe was looking at her in sheer astonishment. The winged sword that had so easily blocked her own weapon was clearly a D-sword, and if she hadn't used it many times before, she wouldn't have been able to block Cinna's attack so easily. Kozue was looking down at them from on top of the shipping container, as if she was a spectator watching a game. Her legs were dangling off the side. Cinna was more than a little annoyed at her behavior, considering how she had just ruined her surprise attack. But her gaze was locked to her front, on Remy. Remy's expression was pained. Takumi Nishijo was lying on the ground behind her, moaning in shock. Cinna was only after him. She wasn't here to fight Remy. This wasn't a manga or anime. It wasn't realistic at all to try and fight someone with a D-sword.
その男が何をしたか知っているのか IR2 という公式を
知ってるよ。
She cut Cinna off. Her answer was calm and sad, but clearly spoken. When she had heard this, Cinna's grip on her blade tightened even further.
それなら
タクを覚醒させればもっと大変なことになる。
その前に殺す。
あなたには無理だよ。
Cinna decided it wasn't worth trying to talk anymore. She brought her weapon lower, ready to strike with it. Remy, however, was simply standing there. With long strides, she could be there in 5 steps. 3 seconds would be all it took. Cinna didn't hesitate. She charged straight at Remy. She slashed with her D-sword. Remy tried to block it just as she did before, but Cinna's attack was a feint. The blade passed through Rimi's sword and her body. She had cancelled the real boot. Right now, Senna's sword was just a delusion. It couldn't touch anything. It couldn't cut anything. It couldn't kill anyone. But that was just what Senna wanted. Rimi had been ready to block the blade and was caught off guard for an instant. By the time she had figured out what had happened, Senna had already slipped past her and was just 2 steps away from Takumi. It only took an instant to do another real boot. Now, Takumi's terror-stricken eyes were pointed straight at Senna. It made the real boot easy. The D-sword, now real again, was only inches from piercing Takumi's heart.
Senna.
She saw someone in the corner of her vision. When she heard the voice, it stirred violent emotions within her. Her aim missed, and the blade only grazed Takumi's leg before slamming into the concrete next to him. Senna slowly looked up and gasped. A man was standing at the edge of the roof, the sun setting behind him, his countenance like a ghost. His face was pale and ashen. His eyes were bloodshot and sunk deep into his head. His head was slumped forward and expressionless. When she saw him, Senna stopped caring about Takumi at all. It was the man Senna had chased for so long, the man she hated, the man who had abandoned her and betrayed her family. And now he was right in front of her.
ようやく見つけた。
Senna took a step toward him. She gritted her teeth to keep the hate welling up from within her from taking control. She readied her D-sword again. She took another step.
どうしようもなかった。私はお前の母さんを生贄に捧げるしかなかったんだ。
黙れ。
母さんの最後、とても安らかなものだった。だからセナ、安心してほしい。母さんのおかげで素晴らしい実験結果が出た。母さんは世界のために役立ったんだ。お前も母さんの功績を誇っていい。
黙れよ。
The blood rushed to Senna's head. The man was now all she could see. She ran. She got there in an instant. Senna closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, and when she was close enough, stabbed the D-sword deep into his body. This had been Senna's most fervent wish. She had spent every day wandering Shibuya just so she could someday kill him. She had dreamed of killing him almost every night.
やっと母さんの仇を。
She tried to pull out the sword. She tried to back away from him. But the sword wouldn't come out. The man fell forward and embraced her.
よせ、気安く触るな。
All the hairs on her body stood up in revulsion. It was far too late for this. The bond between Senna and her father had long since been cut. But for some reason, she was shocked to find that she couldn't push him away. His warmth, his big, broad chest, the reality of having her father here, right in front of her. Senna's hands were turning red.
私はこんなの。
あなたが
望んだ妄想だ。
望んだ妄想だよ。
She heard whispering, and then she knew. Air slipped into dead spots. Psychic attacks. Illusions. Her delusions had been read. By the time she realized what had happened, it was too late. She had lost her balance, and both her and the man fell off the edge of the roof. The ground, 8 stories beneath her, seemed so far away. All I could do was watch without understanding at all what was going on. Senna suddenly ran toward the edge of the roof, and then, for no reason, lost her balance and began to fall. Her body was just about to disappear off the edge. All I could do was whisper. I closed my eyes tightly. Suicide. Senna was going to kill herself by throwing herself off the roof. I didn't know why. I didn't want to know. She had attacked me for no reason, and now she had been punished. She had turned out to be an enemy, too. But no matter how much I waited, I didn't hear the sound of her hitting the ground. Nervously, I opened my eyes to see what was going on. Senna hadn't fallen. She was slumped over, and Remy was right next to her. Remy was holding onto her arm. Had Remy saved her? Senna had thrown away her D-sword and was crying like a little girl. What had just happened? As near as I could tell, Senna had just tried to kill herself.
辛い思いさせてごめんね。でもしょうがなかったの。
What had Remy done to Senna? She was like a totally different person than the cheerful Remy I knew. Her face was pained, her voice was sad, there were tears in her eyes. The girl in front of me wasn't the Remy I knew. I heard a voice in my mind. Kozupi was still watching us from on top of the shipping crate. A cold chill ran down my spine. Kozupi was still using her cheerful anime voice, but I could tell she was serious.
もう終わり。もともと葵さんのことどうこうするつもりはないし、タクの前から消えてくれるならこのまま解放する。それは無理だってコズピーとセナちゃんとタクミちゃんはお友達だもん。ねそうでしょタクミちゃん。
I couldn't think about anything. If you had told me everything that just happened was a dream, I'm sure I would have believed it. Why had Senna attacked me anyway? Was Senna my enemy after all? Senna looked up at me, her face filled with tears. She was still slumped over, and she hadn't even tried to wipe away the tears. She was staring at me with anger in her eyes. I was confused. I could feel her raw emotions. But what had I done? I had never bothered anybody. I didn't even know Senna's family. I was completely harmless. She had read my mind.
お前が生み出したものが世界を滅ぼすかもしれないっていうのに。
Destroy the world? Was she just another crazy person who had read too much manga? I turned to Rimi for help, but Rimi had her back to me and was looking out toward the evening sky. The way she looked, her voice, was it just me or did she seem so very, very sad?
タクは何も知らないから。
But it sounded like Rimi knew everything.
ふざけるな！今渋谷を襲っている混乱は全部あの公式が発端なんだぞ。
Formula.
それ以上言わないで。タクは本当に何も知らないの。
It felt like they were talking about me, but I couldn't follow the conversation at all.
公式ってこれのこと？
Kozupi came down from her perch on the shipping crate, carrying my essay. On the back of it were the scribbles I had done as a boy. IR2. This was the cause of everything that was happening in Shibuya. Ridiculous. How could a bunch of scribblings on paper have that kind of power? I had just drawn them to kill some time. Not Shibuya, I think. It was so long ago I couldn't really remember, but they didn't mean anything at all. I had just written down the numbers I had seen in my dream. It was a dream that had something to do with the subject of my essay. Whose eyes are those? I had used that phrase for a long time, and then one day I had started to see it more and more clearly in my dreams. And in those dreams I had seen the numbers.
FUN の10乗かける INT の40乗イコール IR2。
Senna finally wiped away her tears. Her eyes were red. She kept talking, still slumped on the ground, looking at me with anger and frustration in her
この
eyes.
公式をお前が生み出した瞬間世界は分岐したんだ。
ノア2に搭載されている中で最も秀でているのは中核システムに組み込まれたとある方程式です。これは人類史上未だ回答が見つかっていないとされているもの。
ミレニアム7のうちの一つかね。
Millennium 7, another name for the Millennium Prize problems. 7 math problems announced by the American Clay Mathematics Institute in the year 2000. These 7 problems were all fiendishly difficult, unsolved questions in the field of mathematics, and anyone who answered one was to be given a $1 million prize. As of 2007, only one of the 7 had been solved.
億単位の懸賞金がかけられているという数学界で未だ未解決の7つの問題か。
いいえ、その7つの中には入っていません。ですが実はミレニアム7はもともと問題が8つあった。公開前に1つだけ削除されたのです。
それがノア2に組み込まれている方程式だと。
削除された理由は？
世界に最悪をまき散らす可能性があるためというところです。
一体どのような数式なのだ？
基本相互作用における電磁気力を想定した共鳴現象。 それを表す計算式です。
Fundamental interaction. The four forces that elementary particles exert on each other. They are the electromagnetic force, the weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force, and the gravitational force. A theory that fully explains all elementary particles and the four forces has not yet been created. If it was ever to be found, it would completely explain the nature of our world from the smallest microscopic levels all the way up to the largest objects in the universe.
これにより、特定の電磁パルスと受容体とが近接作用することで発現する未知の力が解明されました。各国が30年以上かけて開発し積み上げてきた沈黙の兵器の研究成果を一瞬にして過去のものとしてしまったんですよ。
その問題に回答を見つけた者は神になるに等しいというわけだ。
それを君が果たしたというわけかね。
それはとても不思議な場所から見つかりました。子供の落書きというね。IR2 ノア2のいわゆるハードウェア部分はこの公式によって神に匹敵する能力を手に入れました。あとはソフトウェア部分に相当するギガロマニアックスのコードサンプルを集めればノア2は本格的に稼働し我々の望むもの全てを実現してくれるでしょう。
かのアインシュタインが現代に生きていればと思うよ。彼は高い能力を持つギガロマニアックスだったと聞く。
家庭の話よりも現状がどうなっているかだ。ギガロマニアックスは世界中に数えるほどしかいないというではないか。大丈夫なのか。
すでに5人分のサンプルは確保しました。
ノア2稼働に十分な数は集まったようだね。
ならば結構。
ただサンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は向上します。特にどうしてもサンプルを採取したいギガロマニアックスの少年が一人いましてね。
だからといって計画の遅延は許されんぞ。
ノア2の本格稼働はいつ頃になりそうなのかね。
稼働前に最終実験としてサードメルトを行います。
また地震を起こそうと。
予測規模は
想定では関東大震災と同レベル。
関東大震災クラスだと。
マグニチュード 7.9 だったかな。
現在の建築基準と免震対策レベルを考えれば町にかつてほどの大きな損害を及ぼすことはないでしょ
う。だが犠牲者の数はファーストセカンドの日ではなかろ
う。およそ5000人ほどといったところです。少なく見積もってですが。問題が
責任は貴様が取るのだろうな。
腹でも切って死んでみせますか。これが最終実験です。サードメルトが予定通りの成果を上げたときノア2は完全なる完成を見る。世界の可能性は我らの手の中に。
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬間世界は分岐したんだ。
分岐って。
Wait, this isn't an H game.
タク、もう行こう。話聞
聞く必要なんてないよ。
Remy grabbed me by the hand and tried to pull me into the room. I could sense her desperation. She was afraid of something.
葵さんが言ってることは全部嘘っぱちだし。
嘘はそっちだろ。
葵さん、もう帰って。タクの前から消えてよ。
Who was I supposed to believe?
たかが数式になんでそんなに目くじら立てるんだよ。
本当に何も分かってないのか。アインシュタインが唱えた E=MC の事情、これが発表されたことで核兵器が開発されるという未来が生まれたように。
E equals mc squared, the formula for Einstein's special relativity theorem. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, or said another way, energy and mass are equivalent.
お前の生み出した IR2 もまた E=MC の事情と同じ、いや、それ以上の影響力を世界に与えている。 IR2 は沈黙の兵器を現実のものとした。
沈黙の兵器？
思考盗撮、視覚投影、五感制御。
Those were the technologies that Cinna had told me about before, the ones in the patent.
ギガロマニアックスは特別。いや、異常ではなくなる。これからはこの忌々しい力を誰もが自由に使えるようになるんだ。 IR2 を元に作られた装置によってな。もっともその前に一握りの腐った連中に独占され、人々は気づかないうちに家畜同然の立場になるよう洗脳されてしまうだろうが。
I didn't know anything about any of this. I had no idea. Even if what Cinna said was true, I had never meant to make anything like that. I was just a kid, scribbling on paper. I hadn't done anything wrong.
それなら、そのアイアーム2は
IR2。
それはギガロマニアックスの力のことをキュッピーンって説明したものなんだ。やっぱりあのおじさんが言ってたのは本当だったのら。一番重要なのはその目、誰の目を生み出した少年なんだって。それってたくみちゃんのことだったんだね。
Kozupi's voice was cheerful, but I wasn't as innocent and pure as she was. Remy said nothing, but Cinna, her eyes wide, suddenly looked up and staggered to her feet. Why did she seem like she was having trouble walking? Was it because of whatever Remy had done to her?
小杖、お前今なんて言った？
Cinna began to storm towards the stunned Kozupi.
おじしゃんって誰のことだ？
コズピーに理想度の大切さを教えてくれた人。東京に来て初めて話した人なの。なんかね、ふぎゅーって鼻つまみたくなっちゃう格好してて、へんてこなこと書いた板持ってたの。世界は終わるとかとか。
なんでそれを早く言わなかった？
そんなこと言われても。
あいつだ。やっと見つけた。
Neither me nor Rimi, nor Kozupi had any idea what she was talking about. All we could do was watch as an intense fury descended on her.
私はやっとあいつを殺せる。
An experiment had been performed, but she never knew. She was a normal housewife, close to turning 40, newly pregnant with her second child. No, maybe she wasn't quite normal. Her first daughter was already only a year away from high school, so there would be an almost 15-year gap between her children. She was worried that her daughter, who was currently going through puberty, would rebel against having a younger sister, but in fact her daughter was overjoyed. Her husband was a scientist, and between his faith and his research, only rarely came home. But whenever he was home, he did his best to be a good father and a good husband. So, while she certainly had her complaints, her love for her husband was firm. The second child was born uneventfully. She was a healthy young girl who weighed 2,579 grams at birth. She named the girl Mana. Unfortunately, after that, her husband was transferred to a new location far away from home. Her husband wouldn't last a week without someone to do the chores and make the food, so she had no choice but to send her older daughter along with him. She was now alone with her newborn daughter, Mana. At her husband's suggestion, the two of them moved into housing owned by the company he worked for, so rent was extremely low. Her family had originally lived in a condo in the suburbs, but it was far from the city center and hard to get anywhere. The dorm, however, was located right in the heart of Shibuya, and many of her husband's colleagues lived nearby. She would have easy access to childcare, and if anything came up, she would have people around who could help her. The place was extremely spacious. The bedroom, especially, was a favorite of hers. A huge mirror covered a whole wall, and on the other side there was a big window. From there you could look down onto Yoyogi Park. She quickly became friends with the ladies in the nearby residences, and the corporate benefits even included a maid. She was proud that her husband was important enough in the company for her to have all these benefits, and was more than satisfied with her life of luxury. 2 years passed. Mana's development was a little slow, but she was growing up without suffering any major illnesses. She was, however, a very needy child. If she wasn't constantly held at her mother's breast, she would start crying immediately. For the past month or so, Mana's mother hadn't been feeling well at all. The ringing in her ears was the worst part. It bothered her almost the whole day. But still, she couldn't let the maid or the lady next door take care of Mana. Mana couldn't stand to be away from her for a second. Not in the bathroom, not when taking a bath. Whenever she even thought of letting the maid hold her for a second, Mana would somehow know and start crying. It was, in a way, endearing to have the young child so reliant on her, but also meant that she couldn't leave the house for an instant. The maid and her neighbor, though, were there to help. She was so lucky to have met them. Of course, things were gradually getting strange with them, too. A week ago, she had been talking with her neighbor in the living room when the woman had suddenly started to vomit without warning. She had quickly fled afterward, running outside of the house. Mana's mother hadn't seen the neighbor at all after that, so perhaps she had gotten sick. Mana's mother then decided to ask her maid to go check on the neighbor. The maid was just finishing up for the day when she had made the request. When she had finished it with, "And I'll see you tomorrow," the maid suddenly began to cry. The maid just nodded over and over again before leaving. And that night, Mana's mother suffered terribly as the ringing in her ears got even more violent than before, and the pain threatened to split her head open. She tried to call an ambulance, but the phones didn't work. She tried to go get the neighbor lady to help, but even that was too difficult. Her daughter started to cry violently, and the crying made the pain worse. She held Mana tight to her chest, enduring the pain. Suddenly the crying and the ringing in her ears stopped. The pain in her head was gone, like it had never been there. She looked down and saw she was holding the shriveled corpse of a child. Before she realized that the whole thing was an experiment, her mind broke into a million pieces. An experiment had been performed, but it wasn't what he expected it to be. He was a scientist at Nozomi Technologies and a believer in the cosmic church of the divine light. He was one of the key figures behind Nozomi Tech's secret Project Noah, and the one who had solved the riddle of fun to the power of 10 times int to the power of 40 equals IR2. He had offered his pregnant wife as a test subject for the experiment. It was a direct order from the church's leader, a person he admired deeply, but he had also been the one to suggest it, to make the experiment a success. It was called the Mana Experiment, after the codename given to his wife's daughter. His older daughter was given to a church faculty while he monitored his sequestered wife and Mana 24 hours a day. What his wife had thought was a company-owned condo was, in fact, a Nozomi Technologies testing faculty and the location of the Noah 2 prototype that he was working on. Mind reading, including hallucinations, sensory control. His wife and daughter would be used to test the efficacy of these technologies here in this sealed lab. The effects of electromagnetic radiation on the body were ill understood, and he had planned to cancel the experiments if anything unusual happened to his wife and daughter. An accident occurred almost immediately. Mana died roughly a month after being born. The cause of her death was unknown. It was an accident, one that nobody could prevent. He was deeply saddened and tried to cancel the experiment, but that wasn't going to happen. That's what his employer had said. The man had been looking at the strange goings-on in the test lab. His wife had refused to accept the reality of her daughter's death and treated her corpse like it was still alive. In fact, from his wife's perspective, she was. This was an effect of the Noah 2 prototype, and in a sense the perfect chance to test its abilities. His feelings on the matter were irrelevant, and before long, he too began to feel that his wife would be better off if the experiment continued. As he watched his wife through the one-way mirror, cradling his daughter's corpse, it seemed like she was happy with her life. She would stare at the wallpaper on the opposite side, which looked to her like a window overlooking Yoyogi Park, and whisper softly to her daughter. 2 of the research staff took care of her. One would pretend to be a maid, the other the lady next door. As long as the experiment continued, his wife's mind would be just fine. This was, he told himself, what was best for her. Perhaps his mind had broken before hers, and the more time passed, the more his goal changed from the completion of Noah 2 to keeping his wife locked within her dream. And then After almost 2 years, his employer's words suddenly brought all that to an end.
データは十分取れました。ノア2本格稼働は間近です。この実験ももう続ける意味はないでしょう。
He fought back as hard as he could, but as a result, he was branded a traitor and removed from the project. As a final thanks for his service, he was allowed to be in the experiment room, hands tied, on the day it was shut down. His daughter, whom he hadn't seen for nearly 2 years, had been brought there as well. When she saw him, she seemed confused.
父さん、これはどういうこと？母さんに何をしたの？母さんが抱いているのは一体。
He couldn't answer. The guilt kept him from even looking her in the eye. The horrible ceremony was about to begin. The neighbor lady had already become unable to tolerate the stench, and the maid had run out of the lab weeping at his wife's words. The device was shut down. The dream ended, and his wife broke. At the sight of her daughter suddenly turning into a desiccated corpse. At least that's how it must have seemed to her. She snapped, tearing out her hair and ripping the skin off her face with her nails. She began to laugh, madly, slamming her face again and again into the walls, before grabbing a knife and killing herself by stabbing out her own eyes. Her daughter was screaming and crying as she watched her mother's last moments through the one-way mirror. The lab staff grabbed his daughter by the arms and dragged her off somewhere. He didn't know where. He wasn't even allowed to follow the only family he had left.
すまない。すまない。
He blamed himself. It was all his fault. Whatever his reasons, when he had opted to continue the experiment 2 years prior, it had been obvious that this was how it was going to end. Several days after watching his wife's death, he disappeared. Nobody knew where he was now. Senna had ended up running off on her own, after angrily asking Kozupi some kind of question. Kozupi had gone after Senna. I had no idea what had made her suddenly go crazy. Now I was slowly trudging through Shimo Kitazawa. It was almost home. It wasn't even 30 minutes from the base.
Stream elements.
Was Nanami there?
Said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Shimo Kitazawa's streets were busy, though not as busy as Shibuya. The psychic boy incident was still fresh in people's minds. Some would point and laugh at me, while others would even take pictures with their cell phones. I hurried home as fast as I could, suffering the feelings of embarrassment and humiliation.
ごめんね。
Rimi was walking a little behind me, her eyes locked on the ground below her as she whispered. She had said that at least 10 times on the way here.
黙ってて。ごめん。
There was nothing I could say. I didn't understand Rimi. That had always been the case. Remy had been there to support me. She had been there for me. But there was so much about her I didn't understand. Until now, I had always opted to just ignore it. Maybe that was because it felt like if any of those things I didn't understand ever came out in the open, Remy would go away. And I was afraid of that.
どうして僕と一緒にいてくれるの？
I managed to work up the courage to ask that single question. Why would Remy want to be anywhere near a guy like me? Was it because she was like Yua and trying to set me up for a fall? But the answer wasn't what I expected.
あなたに目覚めてほしくないの。普通の生活を送ってほしかった。
She didn't want me to wake up, to awaken as a gigalomaniac? Is that what she meant? Remy knew more about me than I did myself.
一体君は何者なの？
私は
Remy hesitated.
私はタクの友達だって思ってる。友達でいたいな。
Did that mean she didn't want me to ask any more questions? But I had to ask.
僕はギガロマニアックスなの。
そうとも言えるし、違うとも言える。
Which was it? Was she trying to confuse me?
君は IR2 のこと知ってたの？
聞いたことがあるだけ。
She didn't say who had told her about it.
セナが言ってたのは本当なの？
嘘だよ。
She was lying. She was lying when she said it was a lie. I could tell just by looking at her.
君は
I went to ask her another question, but stopped. Was Remy on my side or my enemy? If I asked and got the wrong answer, she might leave me forever. So I couldn't ask. If I just pretended nothing had happened, if I just let her lie to me, everything could go back to how it was before. That would be easier. I would be happier that way. Maybe. Yeah. I should just do that. I could pretend to be an idiot. I could just let her keep lying to me. She had saved me enough times that she probably wasn't going to hurt me in the future. All I had to do was give her what she wanted and lead a normal life.
ありがとう。
I looked away from her and thanked her instead of asking her a question.
守ってくれて。
タク。
I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just silently followed the path home. Soon I came to a street I recognized. It was in a cramped, quiet neighborhood. Once in a while you could hear the sound of the trains in the distance. I had known this place since I was a little kid. This was where I had grown up. I had followed the same road to elementary school and to middle school. I just had to turn down the narrow street in front of me, and home would be right there. I was scared to face Nanami, but I had to see whether her arm was still attached. I stopped and took a deep breath to calm myself. Then I went to take a step forward when...
待って。
I turned back to see that Remy was looking at me. She was on the verge of
どうして
tears.
も行くの？ねえ、行かないで。もう普通じゃいられなくなるよ。私そんなの嫌だな。
What did that mean?
帰ろう。あのコンテナハウスに帰ろう。私タクが望む限りずっと一緒にいるから。それで
一緒に学校に行って大臣と3人でたわいもない話をして、帰りに立ち食いそば屋さんとか CD ショップとかに寄って、そうやってこれからもやっていこうよ。
僕はナナミに会わなくちゃ。
いないよ、きっと。
How would she know? Was she lying again? Was there a reason she didn't want me going to my parents' house?
私タクの悲しむ顔見たくない。
Not again.
もう謎かけみたいなことはやめてよ。
I was just sick of it all. Was I supposed to just never understand what was going on around me? I couldn't keep playing dumb, even if I wanted to. Everybody kept throwing mysteries in my face. I just wanted to remain ignorant.
実家に行っちゃいけない理由があるなら言ってよ。こんな中途半端なのうんざりなんだ。
Sick of it. I was the one who had always decided to do things halfway, wasn't I? I was the one who had run away from things. That's right. I should just keep on doing what I've always been doing. I should just go home. Rimi was right. I didn't need to see Nanami. If I went to see her and she was missing her right hand, what was I even supposed to do about it? It would be my fault, wouldn't it? Nanami would hate me. She would despise me. I would be the loser who couldn't save his little sister. I would know for sure just how pathetic I was. If I kept everything vague and uncertain, I wouldn't feel guilty. Yeah, I should just do that. That was the best move. Don't look at anything. No matter how many mysteries people shoved in my face, I could just ignore them all. I could hide myself away from the whole world.
ほんと世話が焼けるな。ナナがいないと何にもできないんだから。
ダメだ。
In my head, I heard Nanami's bright, cheerful voice.
ダメだよ。
If I ran away here, I would never be able to face Nanami again. I would never be able to come here again.
タク、
I clenched my fists and stepped onto the narrow street that led to my old home. It was less than 50 meters away. At first my pace was brisk, then I ran. I headed toward the home where I had grown up. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 0 meters. And the house I knew so well. Wasn't there.
あれ
The name on the plate was different. It didn't say Nishijo. The house looked different too. It was much nicer, much newer than the house I had lived in. I looked around. I thought maybe I had just stopped at the wrong house. But I was wrong. And besides that, nothing around me matched what I remembered. I thought for a moment that maybe I'd gotten lost or gone down the wrong street, but that was impossible. Everything on the way here had been just as I remembered it. The path here was the same, but my home wasn't here. I had followed the path in my memories, but what I remembered being here wasn't here at all. Instead, it was something else. I was seeing something new. I should know this place well, but it was like I was coming here for the first time.
シャメビューだ。
違うよ。
Rimi was standing right behind me. Her words were an instant rejection.
この世界に
タクの帰る場所はないの？
The light from the setting sun fell into the hospital hallway. This time of day was particularly dark. It was just before night fell, and the lights hadn't been turned on yet. The chaos and noise of dinner time had subsided, and an almost eerie silence descended in its place. Shogun was slowly moving down the hallway in his wheelchair. The sound of the creaking wheels echoed throughout the corridor. He passed several nurses on the way, but none of them looked at him or spoke. Shogun, for his part, didn't seem to find this unusual at all. Frail hands, seemingly made of nothing but skin and bones, turned the wheels again and again. As he passed one of the rooms, a patient named Yamai began to scream. He pointed at Shogun, shouting frantically. There happened to be a nurse in his room. She looked terribly confused.
アミちゃんが帰ってきたよ。またお外に出かけてたんだ。いけないんだ。
誰もいませんよ。
The nurse looked around and chuckled. Shogun was right in front of her with his wheelchair, but still she said nobody was there.
また山井さんは私のことからかってるんでしょう。でも今日は騙されませんからね。
アミちゃん、ラウミちゃん、タウミちゃん。
Yamai kept screaming and getting angrier and angrier. Shogun ignored him and continued down the hallway, turning right. The cream-colored wall suddenly became black. Shogun didn't hesitate for even a moment before the wall. He kept going forward, and just before it seemed like he would hit it, the wall vanished. It simply disappeared and revealed the hallway behind it. Shogun kept going forward. The hall went on for about 20 more meters before ending, this time for real. There was a single door, which opened into a room. Shogun opened the door and went inside. It was a room that didn't exist, the one that there had been rumors and ghost stories about in the hospital for years. And the name on the plate outside the door was... Nani? Okay. Okay. The sky outside the train car was turning dark. The Yamanote line car was parked with salarymen heading home from work and students heading from school. Yua Kusunoki and Yasuji Ban were standing next to each other, hanging onto the straps as the train rumbled and shook. They made a strange pair, and Yua had been glancing around for a while now to see if they had attracted anyone's attention. She kept fiddling nervously with her hair and glasses. She had just met Ban a few days ago and wasn't up to making friendly conversation with him. There was only one stop between Harajuku and Shibuya, but the 3 minutes it took to go between them felt far, far longer than it usually did. Ban was silent, looking out the window. He made no attempt to speak to her. In Yua's mind, Ban wasn't a bad person, but he was a little scary. She had met several police officers after what had happened with her sister, and didn't have a high opinion of any of them. Maybe that's what made her feel awkward around Ban. That was how she saw it anyway.
だから地下15階の番人倒せば隠しダンジョン行けるだろ。常識的に考えて。
万人どこにいるかわからんなり。
Two men standing near the doors had been talking in loud voices ever since she had gotten on at Harajuku. They were making no effort to avoid disturbing the other passengers, and Yua was forced to listen to their conversation.
マップの左端の方だよ。一目でわかるだろ。万人。
っていうか、万人と警官の区別つかないぞなもし。
いやいや、どう見ても万人だろ。どこが警官なんだよ。万人は銃持ってねえよ。
They were wearing unfashionable clothes, with bandanas on their heads. They wore fingerless gloves and had tightly packed backpacks on their backs. They were the type commonly called otaku. As an anime and manga fan herself, Yua wasn't really bothered by their appearance. But she had never been to Akihabara before, and she had never seen someone dressed like such a stereotypical otaku before. She took a few glances at this rare sight before realizing how rude she was being. She quickly looked away. In the seat in front of her was a teenage girl with brown hair and a blue blazer. She was typing into her phone, her fingers done up with gaudy fake nails. Every time she moved her fingers, the strap on the phone dangled. It had a tiny plastic gun at the end of it. Yua saw that the girl was writing. The girl was holding it at a bizarrely flat angle. It was almost as if she was trying to make sure Yua saw it. Went to a party last night with this cop and it sucked. Lamest old dude I ever met. Hope he dies. Yua was the girl's age, but she couldn't understand it at all. It was probably just how some girls talked when they were on the phone, but to her, it looked like some kind of code. Suddenly, a child's voice echoed loudly through the car. Yua turned toward the voice in surprise. It was a 5-year-old kid standing next to Ban. He was holding a toy water pistol and pointing it at Ban. He was pulling the trigger, but water wasn't coming out. Ban gave the child a grin. His eyes weren't laughing at all, but the child didn't seem scared in the slightest. Someone who appeared to be the child's mother came over. She bowed shallowly in Ban's direction. The mother's voice was stern, but all she was doing was warning him. She didn't try to take the gun or make him put it down. Something seemed really strange about the whole scene to Yua. The mother was making an angry face at her child and looking apologetically at Ban, but that was all. The child seemed completely oblivious to her pleas. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, like a broken toy. His mother still wasn't making any real effort to stop him. Ban, for some reason, made no effort to stop the child. This continued all the way to Shibuya. The train stopped at Shibuya Station, and the doors opened. The kid and his mom made no effort to get off. Relieved, Yua stepped off the train with Ban. She looked at him and saw he was chuckling.
お急ぎ中のお客様にお知らせいたします。地下鉄番号門線。失礼しました。半蔵門線は 人身事故の影響でただいま振り替え運転を行っております。お客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ございません。
最近よく感じるんだが。
Rows of people were walking past them on the platform. As they joined the crowd heading for the Hachiko exit, Ban suddenly whispered to Yua.
まるで不特定多数の人間にストーカーされてるような気がするんだよな。
どういうことですか？
さっきみたいなことがよくあるって話さ。周囲の人間の何気ない行動がまるで自分への嫌がらせじゃねえかって思えてくるわけ。
That's why Ban hadn't said anything about the child's mischief. Little things like that were happening all the time lately. If he let each one bother him, he would go crazy fast.
まあ、考えすぎだろうが、俺みたいな地味なおっさんに興味があるやつなんてそうそういねえだろうし。ただ、集団ストーカーってのは確かに存在するんだよな。
Gang stalking, a type of organized stalking. This stalking, however, does not mean literally following someone everywhere they go. Instead, the stalkers, and there are always more than one, repeatedly perform minor criminal acts or acts of harassment against the victim. These acts are often extremely subtle, to the point that in some cases, the victim may not even be able to determine if they're connected. Victims of gang stalking may, for example, find themselves repeatedly being bumped into by someone they've never met, or find someone honking a car horn several times outside the home in the middle of the night. Or, for example, they may pass a stranger on the street who whispers some private fact that only the victim could know before abruptly leaving. Taken individually, these acts are relatively harmless, but experiencing several of them in a day over the course of months can have a devastating psychological impact. With enough time, even ordinary events unrelated to the conspiracy will begin to seem part of some greater plan, and the victim will find themselves unable to trust anyone. However, the difference between gang stalking and delusional paranoia is a very fine one, and care should be taken to ensure that it's not the latter.
普通のストーカー行為とは何が違うんですか？
被害を受けてる側からすると、相手の意図や目的、正体すら全くわかんないんだ。ただ、誰かの行く先々、毎日のように様々な嫌がらせを受けていると感じる。集団ストーカーってのはそういうもんだ。
ただの考えすぎっていう可能性は？
十分にあり得るだろうな。脅迫観念と紙一重だ。俺の場合はそうでもなさそうなんだけどな。ここ数日は相手もかなり直接的な手段に出てきてや
がる。と言いますと？
手を引けって脅迫する匿名の電話が何度かかかってきてな。
For some reason, Ban had a smile on his face as he spoke. Yua felt more scared than he seemed to be. She crossed her arms over her chest.
それ大丈夫なんですか？
まあ、デカにはよくあることさ。
He spoke casually, but as he regarded her, the look on his face became more serious.
ユアちゃんは最近そんなようなことはないかい？
はい、ないと思います。
身の回りでちょっとでも違和感を覚えることがあったら、すぐにおじさんに言ってくれ。ユアちゃんの身の安全を守るのは警察の仕事だからな。
はい。
Yua realized that she may have gotten into something more dangerous than she had thought.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
That's what Remy said, but I didn't have a clue what she meant. I ignored her and began to look at the houses around me. I remembered this place. I had never seen this place before. The house that should be here wasn't. A house that shouldn't be here was. The gap between my memories and reality became more and more stark in the light of the evening sun.
ずれてなんかない。
I said this aloud, desperately trying to deny the despair in my heart. That's right. Nothing was wrong at all. I had just gone down the wrong street. I was being silly. Nothing was wrong with the world at all. How could there be? I ran back the way I came and headed down the next street over. But again, there was a gap between my memories and what I saw. I realized my whole body was soaked with an awful sweat. It was like I was suffering from vertigo, like my legs weren't touching the ground. It felt like I was going to throw up.
なんでだよ。ここに僕の家があるのは間違いないんだ。僕はいつもここから小学校にも中学校にも通ってたんだ。小学校にはナナミと手をつないで登校してたし、中学は自転車で。
どこの中学校？
Remy had caught up to me. Her voice was quiet.
どこって？
なんていう学校？
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。地元の。
What was its name again?
あれ、
I couldn't remember. I had gone to middle school. I remembered that much, but the details weren't clear. It was like there was a fog in my head that was keeping me from seeing them. The name of the school, which class I was in, my teachers' names. I couldn't remember any specific names at all.
そんなはずないんだ。ただ忘れてるだけで。
タク、聞いて。あなたの記憶にあるのはこの場所に家があるじゃなくて、この場所に家があるはずっていう思い込み。そうでしょ？
I felt like I was going to go crazy.
だって僕はここに来るまでの道は覚えてるんだぞ。おかしいじゃないか。
それは作られた記憶だから。
Don't make that face. Remy's eyes were downcast. She looked sad as she lied to me. It was more stuff I didn't understand. Stuff I couldn't understand. I gave up on thinking.
タクは中学には通ってないの。
わかったぞ。これドッキリでしょ。そうなんでしょ。きっとあれだ。そう、リミとナナミが実は知り合いとかで僕を二人して騙そうとしてるんだ。なんだ。そうかそうか。ビビった。
I was trying to laugh it off, but Remy didn't even grin.
私これからあなたを傷つけることを言わなくちゃ。タク、あなたはね、本来いちゃいけない存在なんだよ。
嘘つくな。
Remy was lying to me. She was my enemy too.
貼り付けはリミの仕業だな。
When I had seen her then, It hadn't been a delusion at all. The new Jin killer wasn't the man I had seen on TV. It was Remy. She had been watching me the whole time to make sure I didn't tell anybody the truth. That's why she had stayed with me.
君あの時血まみれだった。だから君が犯人だ。
あれはあなたの望んだ妄想。ギガロマニアックスの妄想はね、強すぎる場合時に混じり合うの。妄想がシンクロするんだ。
She spoke quietly, as if to make sure I heard. Her calm demeanor just made me even more upset.
少なくともあの時あの場所では4つの妄想がシンクロしてた。タクと私とニュージェネの犯人と。
信じるもんか。
I cut her off. I put my hands tight over my ears. I closed my eyes.
これは妄想だ。そうだよ、妄想なんだ。いつもしているみたいな。
妄想はしないで。
Her voice was quiet and plaintive, but it was an order. I gulped.
出ないと私タクを消さなくちゃいけなくなる。
殺すの？
Terror ran down my spine. In my mind, Remy was changing from my savior into some strange creature I didn't understand.
殺すんだな。やっぱり君が殺人犯なんだ。
Why do you keep looking like that? Biting your lip, looking down like you're about to cry. It makes it hard to get mad at you. Tell me it was all a lie. Smile and ask me if you fooled me. And then we can go back to how things were before. I want to go back.
だったら僕は何なの？
ギガロマニアックスの妄想によって作られた人間かな。
バカらしい。僕にはちゃんと記憶があるんだ。中学の頃の細かい記憶は思い出せないけど、忘れちゃっただけで。
あなたが生まれたのは1年半前なの。
A year and a half ago. That'll be right when I started high school.
だったら僕は1歳半の赤ん坊っていうことじゃないか。バブ言ってなくちゃおかしい。
タクは生まれた瞬間からタクだった。
君がその目で見たって言いたいの？確かに僕らは1年半前から友達だったらしいね。僕は覚えてないけど。
私とあなたが会ったのは1ヶ月前。貼り付けの現場。私はもともと水明の生徒じゃないから。
Remy was crazy. Remy was crazy just like the rest of them. She was super crazy, even crazier than Senna and Ayase.
誰が僕を妄想したの？言ってみてよ。
西条匠くんだよ。
入ったアウト。僕が妄想なんでしょ。その僕が妄想して僕を作ったって矛盾してるじゃないか。はい論破終了。それとも君の妄想？君が勝手に作り出した君だけの脳内設定なんでしょ。僕をそれに巻き込まないでよ。
私だってタクには知ってほしくなかった。ここにも来てほしくなかった。もっと強く引き止めればよかったね。
She looked up. Her face was firm. Her eyes were gazing straight at me. They had a deadly serious look about them, and they were filled with light. She didn't look like she was lying at all.
でもここまで来たら本当のことを知ってもらった方がいいと思う。
This is a lie. This was all a lie. It had to be a lie. If it wasn't, I would go crazy. Who could believe a person who suddenly told them they were a
あ
delusion?
なたの行動が他の人の命を削っていくんだって知ってもらった方が。
そうだ。ななみは僕が妄想だったら、僕と血が繋がってるナナミも両親も妄想ってこと？そんなの無茶苦茶。
ナナちゃんはいるよ。
The way she was talking, it was almost like she knew Nanami.
ナナミを誘拐したのは君なの。
似たようなものかもね。私はタクを守ることに気を取られすぎて、ナナちゃんが狙われる可能性を考えてなかった。私は誘拐犯のこと知ってる。
I knew it. She was the demon girl, just like I had thought at first. I wanted Rimi, at least, to be on my side. That wish had let me keep believing her for so long. There had been any number of things that should have made me suspicious. I kept closing my eyes to all of them so that I could believe her when she said she would stay with me. But in the end, she was just like Yua.
君も僕を裏切るんだね。
そうだね。私はタクを裏切った。隠し事をたくさんしてた。ごめんね。私のこと恨んでいいよ。
謝られたって僕は信じない。信じられない。
But despite what I was saying, I couldn't prove that I was real. All the strange supernatural things I had seen so far came flashing back to me. Could I really be sure that what Rimi was saying was crazy? Rimi slowly walked up to me and held me tight. Caught off guard, I didn't resist. Her warmth. It had saved me when I was in trouble. It had kept my mind from breaking. It had taught me kindness. But now, even as she held me in her arms, her warmth felt very far away.
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
行くってどこへ？
ナナちゃんをさらった誘拐犯のところ。決着つけなくちゃいけないの。ナナちゃんのことも他のことも。このままだとタクも守りきれないし。
そんなの無責任だ。僕にここまでひどいこと言っておいて逃げるの？
Rimi moved away from me, a step, and then another step. Little by little, she put more and more distance between us.
戻ってくるから、タクは部屋にいて。そしたらまた一緒にいろいろ楽しいお話ししよう。あなたはあそこにいてもいいんだよ。
Her voice was kind. After all the horrible things she had said, how could she be kind again?
でも一つだけ約束。もう妄想はしない。ね。タクの妄想力はとっても強いから。妄想すればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
何を？
それじゃあまた明日。石。
She gave me a salute and a smile that seemed very, very out of place. But then right after that, silent tears began to fall from her eyes. She quickly turned her back to me and ran, shoulders shaking. I watched her go, stunned, and then collapsed to my knees.
本物の僕ってなんだよ。僕は偽物じゃない。
All the color seemed to have gone out of the world. There was no hope to be found. I had been denied my very existence. My life had no meaning. Not even my death had any meaning. Remy had gone and left my useless self behind. She was my enemy too. She had been lying to me. And now that she had told me everything, there was no reason for her to stay with me anymore.
戻ってくるはずない。
Remy had abandoned me because I'm just a delusion, supposedly. I'm just a monster. It didn't even matter. Nothing mattered. I didn't even have the strength to stand up. I still couldn't get any of what she had said straight in my head. I was so shocked I couldn't even cry. The cold twilight wind was stealing the heat from my body. Even the little bit of warmth that Remy had left was gone. I looked up at the sky for no reason at all, and the twilight had almost entirely turned to night.
これが新作？またへんてこね。
Momose stared at the Garo Froggy keychain that Ban had bought and smiled.
でも可愛いじゃない？
そりゃ新作じゃねえよ。先週出たなんだっけ。
Ban gave Yua a look that was begging for help.
涙目ゲロカエルンです。
ああ、そうそう。それ。
ごめんね、ひわちゃん。こんなむさ苦しいおじさんに付き合わされて大変だったでしょ
う。い
え。ひでえな、ももちゃん。こんなダンディーな中年はなかなかいねえぜ。
Momose was, however, not interested in Ban's comments in the slightest. She ignored him and brought Yua a cup of tea herself. Ban sighed and sat in a chair as he looked around the office. Frisia's employees usually worked late, but today they had all gone home right as the workday ended. The schedule on the whiteboard showed that none of them were working overtime today. With the office empty, it was as quiet as midnight.
で、ももちゃん、進行のこと調べてくれたかい?
Before he had gotten on the train at Harajuku, Ban had called Momose and asked her to investigate the company.
その前に。
Momose gave Yua a happy smile.
ゆあちゃん、お茶を飲んだら帰った方がいいわ。日も暮れたし、ご両親が心配するでしょ。
Yua could tell what Momose was thinking. What they were about to discuss wasn't safe for an ordinary girl like Yua to hear.
私のこと心配してくれているんですか？
ええ、そうよ。
Momose's face took on a grave look, and she nodded. Yua was grateful but shook her head.
私、帰りません。みやちゃんの死の真相に近づくためなら、何だってするつもりです。
あなたはこれ以上関わるべきじゃないわ。
私もとっくに当事者の一人です。
There was a strength in her words that made it clear she wasn't going to change her mind. Momose was surprised at this sudden, unexpected refusal.
意外と頑固ね。
ま、ここでのけ者にするのも酷ってもんだろ。 いざとなったら警察で保護するさ。
Momose let out a deep sigh at Ban's unconcerned attitude.
バンちゃんにそんな権力があるのかしらね。
ま、こう見えても一応天下の警視庁捜査一課所属だからな。
あら、そう。
Momose ignored him and turned to stare at Yua.
これから聞くことは絶対に口外しちゃダメよ。これはあなたの命にも関わることだから、それを肝に銘じてね。
はい。
Yua nodded, a tense look on her face. Momose looked at her and sighed one more time before settling back into her seat. Her plump body became even rounder as she leaned over her laptop.
で、進行から何が出たんだい？
バンちゃんの予感的中って感じね。
Ban and Yua looked at her monitor from over her shoulder.
有限会社新興の親会社はのぞみテクノロジーよ。
のぞみテクノロジ
のぞみグループか。こいつは驚きだな。
新興は5年前にのぞみグループに吸収合併されたんだけど、それ以降発売した商品が次々と大ヒットしてるのよ。ゲロカイルンだけじゃないの。中国製バッグとかタイ製のエコバッグとか美脚パンツとかで、この会社は商品の売り出し方が独特なの。いつも週末に新製品を一斉に投入するのよ。
The weekend. Ban's ears pricked up when he heard the word.
G レートとの関係は？
必然にしろ偶然にしろ、新興の商品がヒットしているのは G レートの変動の影響ね。それは確かよ。前に見せた G レートのグラフ覚えてる？ 5 年ぐらい前からずっと毎週末に値が上がってるって言ったわよね。新興がのぞみグループに合併された時期とぴったり一致するわ。
新興がレートを操作してると思うか？
新興自体はそんなに大きな会社じゃないから、それは無理よ。
となると親会社のぞみが怪しいな。グループ総出で取り組めばレート操作だってできそうじゃねえか。
待って、のぞみの方はもちろんだけど、新興が興味深いのはそこだけじゃないの。設立当初の資料にまで遡ってみたら、すごい大物が出てきたのよ。
大物？
井ノ原幸三。
はっはあ、明和党の重鎮じゃねえの。
新興設立当時はまだ民自党在籍時代だけどね。
つながってきたな。太田教授の時、それとこの前の地震の時、明和党は G レートに関係ありそうな件について報道規制の圧力をかけていて。
G レートのグラフのことだけど、いろいろ調べてたら他にも面白いパターンを見つけたわ。
There were two things she had discovered so far about the GE rate. First, that rose regularly on the weekends. It wasn't that big of an increase, but it went up every weekend except on New Year's, during Golden Week, and during Obon. Second, that there was a huge rise during the earthquakes. The GE rate had shown an incredible rise during the earthquake 2 months ago when 8 people had died, and then the one a week ago when over 100 people had died.
で、3つ目のパターン。この5年で4回だけ起きてるわ。 時期はどれもまちまち。上昇値は地震の時ほどじゃないけど結構高いの。最初はこれが何を意味してるのかわからなかったんだけど、調べていくうちにこの5年で4回と符合するイベントに行き着いた。
イベント。
もったいぶらずに教えろよ。
選挙よ。衆参合わせて4度行われた選挙日とその4回の GE レート上昇の日は完全に同じだったわ。
Ban frowned and stroked his stubble.
野党だった明和党が大躍進を遂げて与党になった選挙は
4年前ですね。
そして井ノ原幸三が民自党を電撃的に離党して明和党に移ったのは5年前。
Suddenly, there was a heavy silence between the three of them.
なんだか私、お話を聞いていたら怖くなってきました。
Yua whispered, voice quavering a little.
私もびっくりだわ。ここまでキーワードがぴったり当てはまるなんてね。
まだ状況証拠でしかないがな。それでも GE レートのことを知っていたからこそ気づけたわけだ。知らなかったらさっぱりだったろ。
Ban took his fan from his belt and casually began to wave it at his face.
ところで、俺が調べた女子高生の生態について話していいかい
？Momose sighed and glared at him.
ねえ、いきなりそんなくだらないこと言い出すんじゃないわよ。ユアちゃんがいるんだから少しは考えなさい。
ね、そう言うなって。
Ban grinned, but his eyes weren't laughing at all.
青いセナについてだ。正しくは畑野セナと言うべきか。なぜか最近になって母親の旧姓を使い始めたんだよな。その畑野セナの父親、畑野一世は今失踪して行方不明らしいんだが、のぞみテクノロジーの元社員なんだよ。
どういうこと？
どういうことも何も、そのまんまさ。
Nozomi Technologies mostly makes medical device software. The Nozomi group got their start with them and went through a bunch of M&A until they were one of the biggest groups in Japan.
半年前、畑野セナの母親と生後1年の妹が謎の死を遂げている。父親の失踪はその直後だ。畑野セナ本人もそれと前後して当時預けられていたとある施設を脱走するって騒ぎを起こした。
施設ですか？
天神寮っていう非営利の自立更生支援施設だ。表向きはな。
表向きってじゃあ裏があるの？
スポンサーがいるのさ。これが天聖振興会だったりする。
天聖振興会。
Momose frowned, then grunted in annoyance.
また面倒な名前が出てきたわね。
ちなみにその天神寮は2年前まで別の名前だった。アークハートメディカル会。どんな偶然か今や渋谷の若者のカリスマ的存在であるフェス、岸本綾瀬もここに入れられていたんだな。畑野セナとは入れ違いだったみてえだが。
Ban leaned forward toward the two of them.
でだ、こ こからが興味深いんだが、アークハートメディカル会は天神寮と違ってメンタルケア施設だった。精神病患者を治療してたんだ。ところが2年前、アークハートメディカル会は突然非営利団体の自立更生支援施設天神寮へと姿を変えた。それによって精神科医が一斉に解雇されたんだが、その医師たちを丸ごと雇い入れたのが代々木にある AH 東京総合病院だった。
ノータリン事件で殺された人が勤めていたのってそこの病院でしたよね。
ああ、高階文夫。確かに AH 東京総合病院の精神科医だ。ついでに言うと、そこの病院長は井ノ花と懇意らしいぜ。
また井ノ花議員ね。
ゆあちゃん、君が追ってた西条匠も実は AH 東京総合病院をこの1ヶ月で3回訪れてる。
そうなんですか？
警察がずっと尾行してたんだよね。確かだ。しかも西条には数年前にその病院に入院した記録まであった。彼の主治医は高階文夫だ。不思議なのは西条の入院記録なんだよな。彼は10歳で入院して約2年後にその記録が途切れてるんだが、退院した記録はなかった。
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
どうだかな。そこまでは調べが回らなくてね。ああ、それと畑野瀬名に関してもう一つ。最近彼女がよく行動を共にしている折原梢って生徒がいる。1ヶ月ほど前に転校してきた西条のクラスメートなんだが、この子も結構ないわくつきなんだ。折原の父親がのぞみグループの系列会社社員なわけ。元は広島の方に住んでてな、折原梢の同級生3人が何者かに襲われて重傷を負うって事件が起きてる。3人ともが右腕を鋭利な刃物で切断されて、ひどいありさまだったらしい。折原もその場に居合わせていた。彼女が犯人じゃねえかって疑いがかかったんだが、凶器が存在しないって理由で逮捕はされてない。それで地元に居づらくなって引っ越したって噂もある。
凶器が存在しない？見つからないじゃなくて？
ああ、存在しないだ。何で切られたのかさえ分かってない。犯行は折原以外には実行できない状況だった。だが、たとえ折原が犯人だとしても、凶器をどこからか取り出すことも、どこかに隠すことも不可能だった。かまいたち現象じゃないか。
Stream elements
本気で議論されたぐらいだ。
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
何もないところから剣を取り出す手品
かもしれねえな。
君が悪いです。
Yua had her arms wrapped around her body, like she was trying to stop herself from shaking.
何かとても大きな意志が働いているような。
職業柄俺は陰謀論なんざ信じちゃいねえんだが、今回ばかりはその存在を信じそうになるね。明和と、そしてのぞみグループ、 G レートに関係してると思われるのはその2つか。
天聖振興会も叩けば埃が出てきそうね。もともとあまりいい噂は聞かないし。
Momose took a sip of her tea and shrugged.
バンちゃんには呆れるわ。本来の仕事をほったらかしにしてこんなことを調べてたなんて。
元はといえばももちゃんが G レートのことを教えてくれたのがいけないんだぜ。
そうだけど、それで捜査本部から外されちゃったら世話ないわ。本当に不器用なんだから、あんたって人は。
She wasn't blaming him, though. It was a very roundabout way of giving him a compliment. Momose gave him a lot of grief, but in her own way, she respected him.
おっと、電話だ。
Ban's phone began to ring. He looked at the LCD screen and saw it was from an unlisted number.
もしもし。
There was a heavy static on the line. Ban moved the phone away from his ear and looked at his signal strength. It was good. The problem was on the other end. They must be somewhere with really bad reception, he thought.
誰だ?
It was the unknown caller who had been threatening him lately. The voice sounded mechanical. They were probably using a voice changer. Ban chuckled.
あんたか。いい加減名乗ってくんねえかな。手を引けって言われてもな。そもそも何から手を引きゃいいんだ。そこを具体的に言ってもらわねえと。
This was always where it ended. They would say back off twice, and then they hung up. Every time it was always the same pattern. No matter what Ban said, they never spoke another word. But today it was different.
誰だ?
Only then did Ban figure out who was on the other end of the phone.
諏訪か?
They kidnapped me. Oh shit. Oh shit.
誰にやられた? 今どこにいる?相手は一人なんだな。おい、大丈夫なのか?
先輩、自分は英一と。
諏訪、おい、諏訪。
But no matter how much Ban yelled, nothing more came from the phone. He hung up. Momose and Yuo were looking at him, concerned.
スワちゃんに何かあったの?
Ban stood up and lightly slapped himself on the cheeks.
諏訪が人質に取られた。どうやら AH 東京総合病院にいるみたいだ。
まさか名和と。
ああ、わかんないが。このままじゃまずい気がする。
応援を頼んだ方がいいわ。
大ごとにしたらそれこそ諏訪の命はねえよ。俺一人で様子を見てくる。
Ban put his fan on the desk in front of Momose. Then he looked at each of the women in turn. There was a bold look on his face that was nowhere to be found a moment ago.
ももちゃんとゆあちゃんをどこかに身を隠せ。わかったな。
I found myself heading back to the base. My legs were so heavy, you would think someone had stuffed them with lead. It wasn't just my legs, my whole body was heavy. I told myself that this weight I was feeling was proof that I was real. Nobody paid any attention to me as I walked on unsteady feet through the streets of the city at night. Until just a little while ago I had been so afraid that people would notice me, would laugh at me, that I screamed to them in my mind not to look at me. Right now I wanted somebody, anybody, to look at me. I wanted them to see me. I wanted them to be aware I existed. It was the exact opposite of what I had wanted just a little while ago. But nobody looked at me. If I screamed, they might look at me with contempt, but I didn't have the courage. I gripped my phone with sweaty hands. It was the phone I had gone to buy with Nanami. There were just 4 numbers in its contact lists. Rimi's number, Nanami's number, Misumi's number, and the number of my parents' house. I tried as hard as I could to think of a way to use these 4 numbers to prove I was real.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
No, I'm not a delusion. I'm real. I'm Takumi Nishijo. I'm 17 years old. I'm a second-year student at Suime. I have a mom, a dad, and a little sister. I
助けて。僕を証明して。
I was shaking terribly. My teeth were chattering. I wasn't cold, but I was shaking.
助けてよ。
The number I chose was Misumi's.
はい。
ミス。
ダークだろ。どうしたんだ？リミとうまいこと言ったか？ちゃんと童貞卒業できたんだろうな。感謝しろよ。気を使って二人にしてやったんだからよ。
Misumi was the same as ever. It was a relief. He knew me. He knew I was Takumi Nishijo. That was proof I couldn't be a delusion. Rimi was just lying.
そういえば、ついさっき美奈子から言われたんだけどよ。
え？美奈子。
ああ、俺の女。で、美奈子が言うんだよ。ここ1ヶ月ぐらい、日常と急に仲良くなったけど、なんでって。こいつ何言ってんだって最初は思ったんだけど、そもそも俺、普通だったらお前みたいなやつとは絶対関わろうとしねえんだよな。リミを通して知り合ったってのはなんとなく記憶にあるんだけどよ、細かいことはなぜか思い出せねえんだよな。
It was the same as what I had just experienced. No, please, no, don't say another word. Just talk about girls like you always do. Why do you have to talk about this today, of all days?
お前さ、いつ俺とダチになったんだっけ？
I got scared and hung up the phone. I thought I was going to cry, but no tears came. Instead, it just felt like my heart had been ripped apart. Next, I decided to call my parents. With trembling fingers, I managed to select the number and press the call button. Nanami was the one who had saved my parents' number into my phone. I hadn't been the one to do it, so it should definitely be the right number. Would Dad be home at this hour? Or would Mom pick up? Was Nanami there? If they did pick up, what would I say? Was I supposed to ask if I was really their son? They might think I was an idiot. It was a stupid question after all. And what if they said no? What if they said our Takumi is in the living room eating dinner with Nanami? What if I called them to prove I was real and ended up proving I was fake? What if they said, "Who are you?" All kinds of terrible thoughts filled my head. I didn't want to know. I was so scared. I was going crazy. It hurt to breathe. I couldn't get the air into my lungs. And then someone picked up. I tensed as I held the phone up to my ear.
あなたがおかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
Nobody was going to prove that I was real. Nobody was there to help. I wanted to die. I looked up and saw I was on Yamanote Street. It was full of speeding cars. Maybe I would be better off dead. If I wasn't real, there was no point in me being alive. If I was a monster, the only thing waiting for me in this world was suffering. There would be no hope, no dreams. My own existence disgusted me. I wanted to be free from all this. If I died, I could be free. If I was dead, I wouldn't have to think about things. I wouldn't have to suffer. Nobody would laugh at me anymore. Nobody would betray me anymore. I longed for nothingness. I took a heavy, slow step forward. I found a spot without a traffic light. I staggered out into the road. It felt like salvation was waiting for me there. The bright lights of a car's headlights, the piercing noise of a car's horn, the unnerving sound of screeching brakes. Come on, kill me. I'm not real. I'm a monster. Kill me. The impact never came. I opened my eyes. The car stopped in front of me. I was still standing in the middle of the road. The driver got out and was screaming something at me. He was poking me in the chest and yelling. Why? I fell to the ground and started to cry.
どうして引き殺してくれないんだ
Takumi? If you stop and think for a second, that guy's noticing you, the one yelling at you. Just saying. Why wouldn't anybody? Why wouldn't anybody save me? Why wouldn't anybody free me? If I wasn't real, did that mean I wasn't even worth killing? Rimi took out her phone as she walked beneath the train tracks at Shibuya Station. She had come straight here after leaving Takumi. She picked the name labeled Nana out of her contacts and called it. The phone was picked up immediately.
私実はちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
Rimi had a good idea of who had Nanami and where she was being held. She had been in the same position herself. It was a part of her past she wanted to forget, but if it meant saving Nanami, she was willing to face her memories. The person on the other end of the phone reacted just as she had expected. Rimi chuckled.
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。
Both her voice and expression seemed happy, even cheerful. There was no sign of the iron will inside her. Looking at her, you would think she was just having a normal conversation.
昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それに特には関わらせたくないの。
Rimi's expression clouded after she said those words.
ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。
何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに、学生生活もあの学校に私やタクが通ってることも、大ちんと友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、タクの存在そのものも、
Mimi's pace began to slow. Little by little, people she didn't recognize were overtaking her from behind.
タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。
As she spoke, her grip on the phone tightened.
なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。この気持ちって何なのかな。
She looked up at the neon-lit sky. She couldn't see the stars. Remy stood there, unmoving for a moment. She smiled just a little at the person on the other end of the phone.
さてと、そろそろ切るね。本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。私が全部決着をつけてくるから。ね、たくみ。
I no longer had the strength to do anything. The next thing I knew, I was back at the base. I must have gotten here somehow after failing to kill myself on Yamanote Street, but I couldn't remember how.
このコンテナって誰がどうやってここまで運んだんだろう。
Until now, I had never even thought about it, but now I realized just how bizarre it was. It made me feel even worse. When I closed the door, the room became pitch black. I leaned up against it, motionless. The only sounds in the quiet room were the rumbling of my computer fan and my own shallow breathing. I thought that maybe in the darkness I wouldn't have to think about how ugly I was, but the opposite was true. With the silence and the darkness surrounding me, Remy's cruel words were echoing in my mind over and over again.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
Even my crying sounded creepy and disgusting. I felt like I was going to vomit. I was creepy enough already. If I didn't even exist like regular people did, that was even worse. I wanted to just disappear. I slowly walked over to the other side of the room, tripping over the garbage on the floor as I went. I turned on the lights and drove away the darkness. My eyes fell on the Seiratan post-awakening version figure on my desk. I grabbed it and slumped into my chair. I held Seiratan close to my chest. She was so small, so hard. She wasn't breathing. She wasn't speaking to me. She didn't have the warmth a 3D girl did. But right now, Seiratan was all I had. Remy had left me. Nanami was missing. Senna had tried to kill me. Kozupi hadn't tried to stop her. Yua was my enemy, and Ayase was in the hospital. These were the only girls whose names I knew, and none of them were going to do anything to help me. Reality was cruel. It didn't care about a monster like me. I gripped Sayritan with shaking hands, tighter and tighter, until I thought she would break. I wanted to just disappear. But if that's what I thought, why not do something about it? I was just pretending to be the hero of my own big, sad story. Nobody would take pity on me if I just sat here feeling sorry for myself. Nobody was looking at me. Everybody had abandoned me. No, they had never even been close enough to me to abandon me. I never had any friends. I didn't even have a family. I didn't even exist.
オタクばっかり並べてる。
Fine then, just die already. I put Sayritan down and stood up from my chair. I found a roll of cord under my bed and picked it up. I made a loop in it big enough for my head to fit through, and then tied the other end tightly to the pipe that served as the edge of my bunk bed.
死んでやる、死んでやるよ、死んでやるんだからな。
There was nobody to stop me. There was nobody but me in the room, of course. The cord was tied pretty tight. I realized that dying might be easier than I thought. I stuck my head through the loop and wrapped it around my neck. The bunk bed wasn't tall enough for me to hang myself from it while standing, but if I kicked my legs out from under me, that wouldn't matter. All I needed was the courage to do it. I gave Sayritan one last glance. She was smiling at me from the desk. The only ones who were there to see me go were Sayritan and the rows of wives on my shelves. I was so sad, so lonely. I felt a sniffle in the back of my nose.
さよなら。
I put my whole weight into the cord and kicked my legs out in front of me. The cord tightened around my neck. I could feel the pressure. It was biting deep into my flesh. It hurt. I realized both of my hands had their fingers at my neck, trying to loosen the tight noose. I went to bring my legs back down and stand. But then I wouldn't be able to die. If I didn't keep putting my full weight on it, I wouldn't be able to strangle myself. I decided to just endure the pain. My throat hurt. It wasn't the lack of air that hurt so much as the pain of the cord digging into my neck. Come on, die already. The pain continued. It was so painful that I couldn't even pass out. My body shook. I was spinning in circles, looking like an idiot with my legs kicked out. The pipe on the bunk bed creaked, and then my body lost its support. I fell butt first onto the floor. The pain from my pelvis made me roll around on the floor in agony. I gasped for breath. I looked up at the cord with teary eyes and saw that it had snapped in two.
なんだよそれ。なんなんだよそれは。
Why was I failing now? Sure, I was a loser. I was a failure of a human being who had never done anything worthwhile in his entire life. Hell, I wasn't even human. But it wasn't fair that I couldn't even die. Why couldn't I die? I wanted to die. I wanted to die. After the pain I had experienced trying to hang myself the first time, I didn't have the courage to try it again.
楽に死ぬ方法を誰か教えてよ。
Even now, I was still looking for others to help me. I was so disgusting, I made myself want to vomit. I really was just so pathetic. Hospitals empty out fast at night. Perhaps there was too much life and too much death in the daytime, and so these hours were used to restore the balance. There was no smell of life or death at this hour, only an empty silence. Yasuji Ban chuckled to himself. He was a weird guy to be thinking about these things, but it didn't seem especially quiet today. It wasn't even lights out yet, but the lights in the hallways were off, and there were no nurses to be seen. The second Ban set foot in the lobby, he started to have a really bad feeling. There was no real reason for it. It was just what you might call a detective's intuition. My intuition's pretty damn good too, isn't it? Maybe the strangely religious thoughts he was having were his way of trying to take his mind off the feeling. He had taken a taxi here and called Suwa several times on the way, but Suwa hadn't picked up once, a fact that spoke more about his current situation than any words he could say. There was no time to waste. He had to find where in this huge hospital Suwa was being held and then rescue him. And without the kidnapper finding him either. Any kind of shoes would echo off the linoleum floor. Ban had taken off his leather boots before he had come into the lobby. It was almost winter. He could feel the coldness of the floor through his socks, and it made him shiver. The sound of the main entrance's automatic door opening echoed through the lobby before he heard the girl calling his name. When he saw Yua Kusunoki come into the lobby, he was so stunned that he couldn't speak. He quickly ran over to the girl. She had a nervous look in her eyes as she glanced around her.
おい、なんでついてきたんだ。身を隠せって言っただろうね。
すみません。でも、私。
Ban looked around for Momose, but she was nowhere to be found. Ban scratched his head. She had come here alone.
今すぐ戻れ。これは遊びじゃねえんだぞ。
それは、分かっているつもりです。
分かってるなら帰るんだ。
Then he heard a creaking sound coming from one of the hallways connected to the lobby. The hallway was empty and dark, and in the middle of it was an empty wheelchair, slowly coming toward them. And at almost the same time, they heard the sound of someone running up the stairs.
とにかくユアちゃんは帰れ。いいな。
Ban spoke, then started to run. He raced up the stairs, following the sound of the footsteps, without bothering to wait for her answer. He was faster and more agile than you would ever think from his usual laid-back attitude. Following the footsteps led him to the roof of the outpatient building. There was a little garden there, with planters full of flowers. It was probably a place of relaxation for the patients here, but unfortunately, it wasn't lit up. He couldn't tell what kind of flowers were blooming all around him. The wind was strong up on the roof. Still out of breath, he glanced quickly around him. The man whose footsteps he had heard had definitely run up here, but then he had disappeared. Had he fallen for somebody's trap? The footsteps had almost seemed like they were there to attract his attention. The only possible reason was that they wanted to lure him out here. Ban didn't have a gun on him right now. He was nervous without a weapon. He looked around to see if anything might serve as one, but came up empty-handed. He gulped and wiped the sweat on his forehead away with his fingers. One step at a time, he proceeded toward the center of the garden. There were plenty of places for a person to hide, behind that bench, or on the other side of that planter. He sharpened all his nerves to be ready no matter where the attack came from. The center of the garden was a big circle, with benches all around its outer perimeter. He looked at each one in turn, then noticed something strange on one of them. He slowly walked over to it, being careful not to let his guard down. As he got closer, it began to take shape. It was the size of a soccer ball, round and black. It was a severed human head. Ban had been involved in a few murder cases where the victims had been dismembered. It reminded him of the photos he had seen. His bad feeling got worse and worse. The thought that it might be his partner's head filled him with rage and frustration. Ban clenched his jaw hard. He took another step toward the bench. The thing on the bench wasn't moving at all. A cold wind blew. And then he heard the gunshot. It was so fast and sudden that he froze. He was supposed to drop to the ground and look in the direction of the sound, but he couldn't. No. Actually, there was no need to even bother anymore. He felt a burning pain in his chest and touched it with his hands. It was slick and wet. Something was pouring out of his body. He recognized the raw stench. And then a moment later, his brain recognized the pain. He had been shot. By the time he realized, his legs had already given out. He had fallen face first to the ground, unable to stand. The footsteps from before were coming closer to him now. He looked up at the approaching man with vision that was already starting to blur. A black shadow, a gun in its hand. It was too dark to see the man's face. He heard a voice.
手を引けって言ったのに。
It was a voice he knew.
残念っすよ、先輩。
Mamoru Suwa walked right past his older partner, whispering in a mocking tone.
スワがお前が俺を。
そうっす。いやー、祝初発砲ってところっすか？
Suwa laughed as he reached over and picked up the thing on the bench.
ちなみに先輩、やけにこれに注目してたっすけど、そんなに珍しかったんすか？ダーススパイダーのヘルメット。
Suwa walked back to him and held the helmet right in front of his face.
ざまねえ。
He chuckled. He could barely even see now. His limbs felt terribly cold. There was a pain in his chest, but it wasn't unbearable. He felt an intense gaze, like somebody looking at him, but he couldn't tell if it was Suwa or someone else. Realizing he had only a few minutes left to live, he forced his body to turn over. Now he was stretched out looking up at the sky. It was cloudy, though, and he couldn't see the stars. Even if they had been out, his vision was too dark now to see them. As he coughed, he could taste the blood in his mouth.
そうお前はバカだ。まだガキでどうしようもないくらいのバカなデカだ。だが俺はお前のこと結構勝手だ。
自分は先輩が鬱陶しくてしょうがなかったっすよ。
じゃあ明る
His breathing was getting rapidly shallower. There was a wheezing sound as air fled from his throat. His vision was now totally black.
何者なんだお前
That was Ban's last question before he passed out. Suwa answered as he pointed the gun at him.
魔法使いっす。
バカ
At some point, the wind had stopped. The darkness was suddenly quiet. The two silhouettes stopped moving. But that was only for a minute. Suwa slowly pulled the trigger.
先輩に信仰の救いあれ。
Well, rip Ban. Have you gone crazy? Or did your IRL girlfriend dump you? Let me tell you something you'll want to hear then. If you stay a virgin till age 30, you learn to use magic. That's important, so don't forget it. It'll be on the test. And while I'm telling you things that are important, Shibuya Scramble Crossing. One hour from now, something big is going to go down. Cut that shit out. Go see what's happening then. You're famous. They'll all be excited to see you. Maybe somebody will kill you there. I turned off the power to the monitor and pulled my legs up onto the chair.
僕を殺してよ誰か
お兄ってば
I was holding my one ally, Seiratan, in my hand.
おーい開けろ
My hands were so swayed that her slender torso was now sticky and disgusting. Her arms were bent at an unnatural angle, too.
こら開けろ
That voice. No. How?
バカ鬼
There was no mistaking it. Out of all the girls who visited the base, only one was the type to yell like that. Nanami was here. I was a little shocked at how little emotion this inspired in me. I was just didn't care. Even if Nanami was here now, what difference did it make? It wasn't even that strange that she would be here. Mimi had just said she was going to save her, right?
開けないとひどいんだからね
The way she was yelling was starting to annoy me. I'm a monster. Just leave me alone. Just forget about me and think about your right hand instead. Not that I even know what happened to it. I never wanted to talk to another person again.
鬼
But she was just so annoying that I found myself getting out of the chair and heading to the door. It felt like it was taking me a long, long time to get there. That's when I realized I was afraid of seeing her. I opened the door and saw Nanami there. She started in surprise, letting out a small cry, then fell silent.
鬼
She had been so loud a moment ago, and now she was quiet. I didn't understand. I had never really seen her like this. So I started to wonder, was this the real Nanami?
いるなら早く出てよ入っていい
I couldn't say a word. I ignored her question and went back inside and sat down on my sofa. I gripped the Saratan figure again. I was holding it a little too tightly, and my hand hurt a little, but even that pain was a delusion. Nanami followed me into the room silently. She seemed like she didn't know what to do, so she moved a few of the magazines out of the way and crouched on the floor. She didn't say a word. Normally, this would be when she started to lecture me about something. But instead, she just crouched there staring at the floor, depressed. I could see a bandage around her right wrist, poking out from under her sleeve. I was about to tell her that if she sat like that, I would be able to see her panties, but I stopped. This Nanami was just a delusion. I was too. The whole world was just a delusion taking place inside my brain. Me and everything I was seeing right now. All delusions. All fake. It didn't matter whether I could see her panties. Hell, it didn't matter if she walked through the streets of Shibuya naked. I looked away from Nanami and up at the ceiling. I started to count the rust spots there for no real reason. I didn't want Nanami to be in my field of vision. It would just make me even sadder. The silence continued. The only sound in the room was the sound of my computer fan. Nanami always used to be so annoying and loud when she came to the base. Maybe even those memories were a delusion.
ねえ鬼何か喋ってよ
She sounded depressed. This wasn't the Nanami I knew, which meant she must be a
どうし
delusion.
て何も言ってくんないの包帯のこととか気になんないの
I focused my mind on counting the rust spots. I didn't care. You're just a delusion. Even if you're real, you're not my problem anyway. If I'm a delusion, I'm not even really your brother.
何か言ってお
願いだから。
Suddenly, I could hear the sound of rustling cloth echo quietly throughout the room. My ears were ringing. My head hurt so bad, but this was all just a delusion. Anyway, so I didn't care. Nanami could take off her clothes or her bandage. No matter what weird things she did, it wouldn't surprise me. I didn't care. This was a delusion. I was one too. Of course, weird stuff would happen randomly. That was how it worked.
ほら、見てよ。
I didn't look. I was scared to look.
青技、だいぶ消えてくれたな。最初はすごく腫れてたんだよ。バスケしてて、転んで打撲したんだ。見てもくれないの？ナナってお兄に心配されたこと一度もないな。逆はしょっちゅうなのに。
I didn't want to see anything anymore. I didn't want to think about anything.
ねえ、ナナミ。
I called out to the girl in front of me, who might or might not be my sister.
お前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
There was only one thing I wanted now.
僕を殺してくれないか。
Just outside the front lobby of AH Tokyo General Hospital, Yua Kusunoki was staring at what lay beyond the automatic door. Ban had told her to leave, so she had come outside, but she had been too worried to go any further than that. Ban had disappeared up the stairs, chasing a mysterious figure. It had been less than 3 minutes, but she was looking into the lobby to see if he would come back. After Ban had gone alone to the hospital, Yua had ignored Momose's warnings and gone after him. She needed to do whatever it would take to find out the truth about her sister's death and who had killed her. Somebody had sent Ban those threatening phone calls and kidnapped his partner, Suwa. Whoever it was, they were probably the person who had killed Mia. Something was telling her that, and so, when the urge had come to follow him, she couldn't fight it off. Despite all of his warnings that getting involved was dangerous, she had come here anyway. Of course, now that she was here, there wasn't anything she could do. She was just a powerless teenage girl. Her hope had been that Ban would heroically catch the killer, and then she would have a chance to question him. Why did my little sister have to die? That was the question Yua wanted to ask most of all. She felt somebody looking at her. She glanced around nervously. The sun hadn't been down for more than 2 hours, but the hospital's front entrance was eerily silent. The after-hours entrance was right next to it. This was also where the emergency patients would be brought in, but there was nobody there. A train was passing by right alongside the hospital, but there was almost no cars on the wide street in front of it, and no pedestrians at all. This spot, between Shibuya and Shinjuku, two towns that never slept, was like a shadow born of two powerful lights. Whoever was looking at her, she couldn't find them. She put a hand on her chest and took a deep breath to calm her nervousness. Then, for no real reason, she looked toward the hospital wards. A girl was standing there. The lights at the entrance to the wards were off, and it was hard to see, but for some reason she could see the girl clearly against the darkness.
Mia-chan.
She whispered, knowing it was impossible, and yet unable to stay silent. The girl looked just like her. It looked just like her dead younger twin sister. She recognized the girl's outfit too. It was her younger sister's clothes. She thought for a moment that might be a ghost, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up on end. The girl turned around and ran, heading toward the automatic door that marked the entrance to the hospital ward. When she got close, the door opened. So she wasn't a ghost then. Yua stood there for a moment, stunned, before starting to run after her. The wards must have been past lights out, because it was even quieter than the outside. Each step Yua took echoed far down the hallways. Just like the outside, the quiet was almost eerie. The girl disappeared up the stairs. She heard what sounded like a faint laugh. It was like a scene out of a horror movie, Yua thought to herself. She took a slow step up the stairs, and then another. She arrived at the second floor. She looked down the hallway, but there was nobody there. She wondered if maybe she was seeing things when... She heard a girl's laugh from the floor above. The voice, the way she laughed. Yua knew them both well. Yua went up to the third floor, looked down the hallway, and saw a girl who looked just like her standing there. One of the victims in the first New Gen case, the group dive, her sister, who had died 2 months ago. She was standing there as real and solid as anything around her. Yua took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, but when she put them back on, Mia was still there.
Mia-chan なの？どう思う？
The voice was far too clear to be a hallucination. There was a fearless smile on the girl's face. It was just like Yua remembered her. Mia was always like that. She always used to laugh in such a mocking way, so she could play the villain.
Mia-chan. 本当に私がミアであなたがユアだと思う？どういうこと？もし逆だったら、あなたはミア、死んだのはユア、殺したのはあなた。何を言っているの？あなたは親に愛される姉が疎ましくてネットで殺人を依頼したのよ。しかも自殺に見せかけるように見ず知らずの4人も一緒に飛び降りさせた。あなたは姉になりすまして妹の死を悲しみ、涙を流しているふりをしながら、これまで姉が独占していた親の愛を手に入れて、心の中ではほくそ笑んでいる。違うわ。私はユアよ。誰がそれを証明するの？私はユアのはず。でも確信が持てない。私を私だと証明するものって何？顔？名前？記憶？自分のことなのに。
Stream elements
自分で自分を証明するなんて。
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
私がミアだっていう可能性もあるの。あなたはいろいろと調べていたじゃない。多重人格、無遊病、記憶捏造、それから妄想。
All the research Yua had done about how imperfect memories were and how easily they could be faked suddenly seemed truly real for the first time. She didn't know who she was. Who was she? Mia shook her head violently.
あなたは誰？
Yua, the girl who always played the goody two-shoes, who was automatically loved and praised by her parents. Mia, the girl who always played the bad girl, who actively sought out her parents' hate while being jealous of the affection they gave her older sister.
さあ、私も
Mia, or maybe Yua, began to guide Yua, or maybe Mia. Without a sound, they began to walk.
私と同じ目に遭いなさい。
Yua and Mia, two identical twins, indistinguishable from each other. The boundary between them grew more and more indistinct. The two buildings were two huge boxes, standing in the darkness. But compared to the huge skyscrapers of Shinjuku next to them, they were like children looking up at grown-ups. The roof of the ward, that was where Mia had brought Yua. There was a gap torn in the corner of the tall fence surrounding it, just big enough for a person to pass through. It wasn't clear who had made it or why. Mia and Yua went through the gap and stood on the edge of the roof. In front of them was the outpatient building. It wasn't as tall as the building they were on, and they could see the garden below. But there were no lights there, and even if someone was there, Yua couldn't tell. The wind was blowing hard on the roof. The two girls' clothing and long, soft hair flapped violently as the wind blew into them.
私たちはもともと一つだったんだから。また戻るだけ。一歩を踏み出せば、あなたは私になる。
Yua's voice was monotone. Her eyes were empty. She spread out her hands to keep her balance against the violent winds. Mia was right next to her, spreading out her hands in the same way. She turned to Yua and laughed.
耐える必要なんてないよ。あなたは私の痛みを知らなくちゃならない。さあ、飛んで。そうすれば、私もあなたも同じ痛みを共有するわ。私はどっちなの？私？あなた？それを聞いても意味はないわ。どっちにしたって。話は飛ぶ。
All hesitation disappeared from within her, and Yua went to take a step forward. A gunshot tore through the night air. Suddenly, Yua came back to her senses. She looked down beneath her and screamed. She saw how high up she was, and suddenly felt dizzy. She lost her balance and almost fell. She grabbed on desperately to the fence behind her, and just barely managed to avoid falling. The gunshot had come from the roof of the other building below her. She looked down at it again. She could just barely make out human figures in the middle of the rooftop garden. There were two of them. One was lying on the ground. The other was standing next to it.
バンさん。
Had the detective shot someone, or had someone shot him?
何をしてるの？どうして私と同じ痛みを味わおうとしないの？そんなの卑怯よ。ずるいわ。ミヤちゃん。違うわ。私はユアよ。ユアは私。ミヤはあなた。あなたは一体何なの？私はあなたの望んだもの。あなたは私の望んだもの。
Mia leapt at her. She wrapped her hands around Yua's neck. Yua felt incredible pressure on her throat. She couldn't breathe. Mia was no ghost. There was a real physical body in front of her, and it was strangling her.
お願い死んでよ今日ぐらい私のお願いを聞いていつも我慢してきたんだから
Yua's vision turned red. Her hands flailed through the air, but she couldn't grab onto anything. She was going to die here. In the face of this overwhelming fear, Yua used every muscle in her whole body to push back against Mia with a strength that she didn't even know she had. But Mia was strong. She didn't budge at all. Now, even Yua's thoughts were turning red. Her mind felt like it was being covered in sticky, red blood. She shook her head violently, and her glasses fell off. Now, from the outside, you couldn't tell who was who. Whoever won would be whoever they wanted to. If Yua died, Mia could become Yua. If Mia died, Yua could become Mia. Yua felt a growing sense of resignation within her. In front of her was the face of Mia, or perhaps Yua, blurred with hatred. She looked away, not wanting to see it. With red eyes and red vision, she saw one of the flower beds and the flowers on the rooftop garden. It felt like there was a strange shadow mixed in with them. Maybe her eyes were playing tricks on her without her glasses. But now she couldn't even breathe. She felt a tiny sense of peace working its way through the pain. Part of her thought that maybe it would be okay to give up, but her survival instincts made her reject the peace she felt. Yua reached out toward the strange shadow. The planter was at least 2 meters away. It was far too far away for her hand to reach. But she felt something cold and hard in her hand. She grabbed it almost unconsciously. And then her fading consciousness became clear again, as if a fog had lifted. A powerful, invisible shockwave shook the air. Red lights like flower petals danced in the sky, and her twin sister was knocked away. Yua coughed and staggered to her feet, then looked down in awe. It was a sword. So dazzling and elegant and sharp. So pure, so aquiline. So delicate and fragile, so bewildering and mystical. And so beautiful it brought you to tears. The thing in her hands. The first thing it reminded her of was the sword she had told Ban about, the one she had seen Ayase holding in the tunnel.
今のは何
Mia crawled out of the planter that the shockwave had knocked her into. She was holding her head in pain.
あなたは何をしたの私はみやちゃん私やっとわかったわどうしてここまで一生懸命あなたの死の真相を調べていたのか私を殺そうとしたの私はまた殺されるところだったのまた結局私はあなたが怖かったのよ 当てつけに死なれたと思ったの。あなたがわからなかったの。あなたが死んだ理由は私のせいじゃないって証明して安心したかった。最低のお姉ちゃんね。どうして死んでくれないのよ。
There was no sense in talking to her anymore. Two hearts that had once been one were now completely separate, never to rejoin. Again, Mia came at her once more. Yua remembered the pain she had felt just a moment ago and shivered in terror. There was a flash. The sword in her hand carved in a sharp arc. It sliced the ghost in two. Mia froze. She had a stunned expression on her face. She ran her hands along the wound, which ran from her left side to her right shoulder. There was no blood.
ミヤちゃんは2ヶ月前に死にました。それならあなたは誰なんですか？
Large particles, big enough to see with the naked eye, began to appear around Mia's body. Her body began to bubble and gradually fall apart, its outlines fading away. And then it transformed into something else. Yua looked on in shock. In Mia's place appeared a fat man. He was wearing a denim shirt and filthy jeans, and had a backpack on his back. It was a man she had never seen.
あなた誰？どうしてミヤちゃんの姿に？どうやって？
Confused, Yua began to step backwards, the D sword still in her hand. The man hadn't expected her to see him. It appeared, and he was beginning to panic himself.
お前こそなんで？まさかこのガキギガロマニアックスか？聞いてないぞ。くそ、どうしたら。
The object was almost perfectly level as it flew at him, as if gravity didn't exist. By the time he turned around, it had already stabbed itself into the backpack he was carrying. A pale flash of light came from the backpack. He went perfectly stiff as if hit by an electric shock. His eyes rolled back into his head as he fell forward on his face. He was foaming at the mouth, and his body was twitching. The thing that had struck his backpack. It was a beautiful curved sword, like the one Yua had just grabbed from the air. Yua recognized the weapon. She had seen it once before. Someone was coming closer. Yua looked up. She saw someone appear out of the darkness.
何事かと思ったらこんな騒ぎになっていたのね。岸本さん。
Ayase gave Yua's sword a single, expressionless
感
glance.
じる大いなる意志を。私がこの病院に居続けた意味はこういうことだったんだわ。
Yua had fallen to the ground in shock. Ayase picked up Yua's glasses off the roof and offered them to her, taking a knee to look down at her face. Her slender fingers gently stroked Yua's hair as she put the glasses on her face.
君もグラジオールの黒騎士だったのね。
Her smile was weak and fragile.
僕を殺し てくれないか。
Nanami's face tensed up, but she quickly forced a fake smile.
お兄、つまんない冗談やめなよ。
That wasn't how Nanami would react. Instead of laughing it off, the real Nanami would yell, "That's not funny," and then I would be in for a long lecture. Not that it mattered anyway. It didn't matter. If this Nanami wasn't going to kill me, then I wasn't interested in her at all. She could disappear right now, and I wouldn't care. Sayra-tan and I stared into each other's eyes. If Sayra-tan was 3D, she would grant my wish. I knew. If I didn't exist anyway, why couldn't I be a 2D instead?
ねえ、そんな冗談は置いといて、その話があるんだ。あのね、お兄にもらったバングル、なくしちゃったの。どうせ適当に扱ってたんだろうとか言わないでね。ナナ、そんなことしてないもん。本当に大切にしてたもん。なのに、どこでなくしたのかもわかんなくて。
She actually cared about that thing? How stupid. From my perspective, it was the stupidest thing in the world. It was a present from me, wasn't it? Nothing I gave somebody could have any value at all.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
How could I be sure I had even given it to her? Maybe the fact that I had given it to her at all was just a delusion, too. This whole world was worthless. Everything in my memories was worthless.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄が初めてくれたプレゼントだったのにな。なんでなくしちゃったりしたんだろう。
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄、聞いてる？
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄はどうしていつもそうなの？
Her head slumped forward. She clenched her fists tightly. Nanami's whisper was soft.
たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく頼りがいのあるとこ見せてよ。
What? You're asking the wrong person for help. I'm just a delusion.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I stared at Sayra-tan's smile, making sure not to let myself see anything else. There was no reason to listen to Nanami's words. There was no point. I was just a delusion.
今までずっとナナがしっかりしなきゃって思って頑張ってきたけど、でもね、やっぱりナナだってたまには誰かに甘えたいよ。誰かにじゃなくてお兄に甘えたいよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
だってお兄はナナのお兄なんだから。お兄に頼りたいって思うことナナにもあるんだよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
そりゃいつもああしろこうしろ言われてお兄も嫌だろうけど、それはお兄がだらしないから仕方なく。 言いたいことはそういうことじゃなくて。
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
ナナだっていろいろ愚痴を聞いてもらいたい時とか泣きたい時とかあるんだよ。お兄に優しくしてもらいたい時とかあるんだよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
ねえお兄、ナナの話聞いてよ。ナナ、今すごく悲しいんだよ。お兄にもらった大切なバングルなくなっちゃって、声出して泣きたいくらい悲しくて辛くて、お兄に抱きしめてほしいのに、お兄に頭撫でて慰めてほしいのに。ねえお兄、今日だけはナナのわがまま受け止めてよ。
I slowly looked up and saw Nanami crying. She was trying to hold back the tears, but they were falling from her eyes anyway. Rimi Sakihara shivered as she opened the glass door and came inside what looked like a lobby. A freezing chill came up from the floor. There was no sign of anyone nearby. Given the location, that was only natural, but knowing what waited ahead, Rimi still wished there was at least one person there. In front of her was a soundproof door, like you would see at a movie theater. There was a chill coming from the gap between it and the floor, and a white fog, like dry ice. Rimi bit down hard on her lip. She was holding her D-sword in both hands. She had already real booted it.
だから大丈夫。だから怖がっちゃダメだ。
Rimi told herself this as forcefully as she could. Then she took one last big breath before pushing open the door with her shoulder. Her eyes went wide when she saw what was inside. It was a device, impossibly huge and monstrous. The room was dome-like, with a device at its center. There was a faint, eerie sound that echoed throughout the huge space. It was low, like a beast's roaring. The sound meant the device was running.
の圧、もう動いてるんだ。
君のおかげですよ。
A voice answered her. When she heard it, she felt terror in her very soul.
崎畑リミ。1年半ぶりですね。
Rimi's instincts were screaming in terror. Her heart started to pound and her body began to shake. Terrible memories assaulted her mind. Her dark past was threatening to come back. She shook her head gently and gripped the D-sword to give herself strength, then turned toward the direction of the voice. The huge device, Noah 2, and next to it was a tall man in a suit, and... Nanami Nishijo was being held there. A torn uniform, a bloody bandage on her right hand, a limp, slumped head. She was terribly pale. Nanami was struck wordless at the sight, just like Jesus nailed to the cross. No, it wasn't a cross that held her captive. It was a terrible, almost malicious shape. All the evil in the world, all the chaos in the world, all the wickedness in the world. It was all those things and more.
君がこの1年半どこで何をしていたかについて興味はありませんが、困りますね。あまりうろちょろされると。
The man, Genichi no Rose, had a calm voice, but there was a knife-like edge to it. Rimi forced herself to stand tall and glare at him.
ナナちゃんを離して。
ほう。まさかここに来たのはお友達を助けに来たという。
ナナちゃんを離して。その子は何も関係ないでしょ。
では直接話してみてはどうですか？
Rimi was caught off guard by No Rose's offer. She was trying her best to stand strong, but the second she had seen his face, her legs had started to shake. She called out to Nanami without moving from where she stood. Nanami's head suddenly moved. Her closed eyes opened just a little. She looked up. Her empty eyes stared at Rimi.
大丈夫？今助けてあげるから。
In the middle of her sentence, Nanami's face began to twist in pain. Her face was pale and her breathing was ragged.
痛いよ。右手が痛いの。
And then her body fell from the cross.
ナナちゃん。ねえ、リミさん。
Nanami was lying on the ground, only her head moving. It was as if she was looking for something.
ナナのバングル知らないかな。見つからなくて。ナナのバングルどこにもなくて。
She stood up slowly and began to search her surroundings with her left hand.
バングルだね。わかった。私知ってるから。だから私と一緒にここを出よう。病院に行こう。ね。手が痛いよ。ナナはなんでリミさんのことを知ってるんだっけ？前にどこで会ったんだっけ？リミさんなの？リミさんがナナのバングル？嘘。どうして？ひどいよ。
Rimi realized that something was wrong with Nanami and turned her eyes toward No Rose. He smirked as he silently watched their conversation.
ナナちゃんに何を見せてるの？
Nanami's gaze was locked on Rimi. She slowly staggered to her feet like a newborn fawn. She reached her right arm toward Rimi. The bandage was soaked with blood. It looked like her hand was still attached. But bright red drops, one after another, were falling from it. A pool of blood was forming at her feet. She needed medical treatment fast. But despite her hurry, Rimi couldn't get any closer. Getting closer to Nanami meant getting closer to the man next to her. Rimi almost cried out of sheer frustration.
リミさんが持ってたの？ナナちゃん、帰ろう。こっちに来て。どうして持ってくの？ 返して。ナナのバングル返して。落ち着いて、ナナちゃん。お兄からもらったナナの大切なあれは誰にも渡したくないの。返して返してよ、ナナちゃん。返して。
A pained scream. Oh shit, Nanami's got a sword too? For real? A drop of blood fell from Nami's wrist. Okay, assuming there's 7. I guess maybe Shogun and him are the same character. So we've got what? The rock star, glasses girl, pink hair friend, the blonde. Assuming there's 7. Nanami the friend, the rock star, the glasses, the Yandere, and the glasses girl. We're still missing 1, right? Unless I'm missing somebody here. The 2 right here. Those 2. Then those 2. No, we're not missing 1. No. Because it's the sister, the friend, the Yandere and the mind reader, the punk star and glasses, and then yeah, okay, no, we've got 7 now. So I guess Shogun and him are the same person, or either that or one of them doesn't have a sword, or there are more than 7 swords. But I guess there are 7 swords probably, and Nanami is the one. Did not see that coming. The drop crystallized before it hit the ground. Something that looked like a mineral ore appeared out of nowhere around it, like some kind of inorganic shell had burst through a hole in space. Are we sure she still has her hand? That picture almost looks like she does not have her hand. Oh dear. The crystal and ore instantly fused into a single shape. It seemed far more like a cross than the thing which had been holding Nanami. Or maybe a sword stabbing straight downward, rejecting everything around it. So I guess the only person who hasn't manifested their D-sword is maybe the main protag, unless Shogun has manifested it, and that counts. Nanami held the sword to her chest, embracing it. Her tears of sorrow fell on it, and it began to flash crimson, like a beating heart.
リミさんのこと許さない。そんな。ナナちゃんもギガロマニアックスだったの。今日だけはナナのわがまま受け止めてよ。
Nanami was crying. She was trying to hold back her tears, but they fell from her eyes anyway. I gave her a single glance. Then I looked back up to the ceiling and returned to counting the rust spots.
抜かれたって僕には何もできないよ。僕は妄想の存在なんだから。妄想の。
そんなこと言わないでよ。お兄が妄想のはずないじゃん。だってナナは小さい頃のお兄のこと知ってるもん。いつもナナに世話かけさせてちっとも頼りにならないけど、でもお兄は昔からずっとナナと一緒だったよ。
That's right. Nanami was right. I remembered Nanami from when she was little. I had my own memories of being young, too. I remembered being in elementary school and not being able to go on the field trip, and how I had watched the bus with my classmates on it get into an accident. I even remembered Saito, my teacher who had died. Who should I believe? Rimi, a girl I didn't even know, or my little sister who I had grown up with? Wasn't the answer obvious? Rimi was lying. Nanami was telling the truth. And if Nanami was real, then so was I.
Nanami.
I reached out a hand toward Nanami. Her existence was my only hope. She was the one thing that could possibly save me.
助けて。Nanami。助けて。
If Nanami's warmth was real, I could prove that I was real, too. Nanami had been sobbing, but now she wiped away her tears. She turned her red-lidded eyes to me and gave me a sad smile. I nodded, again and again, again and again. If that would save Nanami, then it would save me. I would happily give my bratty little sister as many hugs as she wanted. After all, she was my only little sister in the whole world.
Nanami. 助けて。
I wanted to feel her warmth as soon as I possibly could, so when she slowly leapt into my arms, I wrapped my hands around her. Tightly, tightly, and tried to hold her. And just before I could, a pale light appeared around her body, and she dissolved into a million glowing pieces of light. The lights burst like bubbles in the air, one after another. My outstretched hand touched nothing. There was no warmth at my chest. In front of my eyes, Nanami disappeared. Nanami Nishijo held the D-sword she had created from her blood tightly to her body, using only her left hand. Her right hand just hung alongside it. The blood dripping from the bandage was running down the small groove in the blade before falling to the ground.
知ってたの？ナナちゃんがギガロマニアックスだって。
Rimi's question was directed at No Rose, who had been watching the events unfold silently. No matter how much hate was in her gaze, he seemed completely uninterested.
偶然の産物というものですよ。
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに何が偶然なの？
君の時のような苦労はしませんでした。我が社にはすでに覚醒させるためのマニュアルが確立していますから。もっとも西条匠にだけはそのマニュアルも通用しませんが、イレギュラーな化け物は扱いづらいことこの上ない。
化け物だなんて言わないで。
君も化け物だからですか？
そういう話はしてない。
虚無から生まれたものだからと言い換えた方が良かったですね。
Rimi looked away, biting her lip in frustration. She was still shaking. She had to save Nanami, but her legs wouldn't move, like they were rooted to the floor. No Rose, however, seemed completely unfazed. He gave Nanami's head a loving pat. Nanami didn't react. Her head was slumped, as she was taking one shallow breath after another.
闇のある一点だけを灯しているスポットライト。その周囲には無数の死体が転がっているのでしょうが、誰にも見えない。君自身にもです。
そんな話やめて。
例えば君が自殺をしたら、スポットライトは数十センチ横にずれて君を闇で覆ってくれるでしょう。そして何も知らない別の誰かが代わりにスポットライトを浴びる。
Noro shrugged and fell silent.
痛い。ナナちゃんを解放してほしいんだけど。
拘束は解きましたが、
連れて帰る。
構いませんよ。もう用済みです。
ナナちゃん、入ろう。その件は消して。だったらバングル返して。返すから。
Rimi knew where Nanami's hand was being kept. On that day, the night when Nanami's right hand had been delivered to Takumi's room, the night when Takumi had been humiliated on the roof of O-Front, Rimi had taken the hand from his fridge. Shogun had it now. It was being kept cold so that it wouldn't rot. The bangle was there too.
お兄からもらったの。ナナのだよ。バングル。勝手に持って行って。ひどいよ。
Nanami's voice was getting more and more violent.
落ち着いて深呼吸して。自分をしっかり持って。
一つ聞きますが、
Noro suddenly interrupted them. In her mind, Rimi grimaced.
西条匠にとっては君たち二人のうちどちらがより重要度が高い存在ですか？
Rimi looked down.
リミさんなんか。
Nanami looked up. Light had returned to her empty eyes. They were abnormally bright. Rimi quickly brought up her sword, but froze inside the sudden darkness. The lights had been cut. Whether it was an accident or deliberate, Rimi couldn't tell. Rimi whispered to herself. Her voice made the air vibrate, but quickly melted away inside the darkness. She realized she couldn't hear the awful rumbling coming from Noah 2 anymore, either. She didn't like the dark. It brought back memories. Rimi looked around her. There was darkness everywhere. Not a trace of light was to be found. Could she not see because it was dark? Or could she not see because her vision wasn't working? She couldn't tell which way was up and which was down. She didn't even know where she was. The darkness worked its way inside all her senses. She couldn't even sense her own body anymore. It was like her body had transformed into a gas, like her mind was leaking from its vessel. Past and present melted together, and Rimi's memories began to mix with one another. When was it now? When was the past? A single ray of light shone down into the perfect darkness, and in the center of the circular spotlight, she saw herself, crouching on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees. Rimi stared at herself from within the darkness. It was just like back then. Back then, Rimi had nothing. She woke up one day to find herself locked up, tortured. The psychological pain was worse than the physical pain. Every day was hell, and every day all she could do was endure. Rimi didn't know where she had been before that, when she had been imprisoned here. How? How long had they been torturing her? Remy didn't know. Somehow it didn't feel like amnesia to her. It felt like she had only begun to exist the moment she had woken up here. Maybe the personality which had inhabited this body before had killed itself within a delusion to escape from the pain. And maybe the current Remy was born to take its place. Maybe there had been many different personalities before her. Maybe the name Remy Sakihara was one that changed with each new personality. There's no true me inside me. Something moved within the darkness. Remy stood up and slowly approached it. When she moved, the spotlight went with her, and then she saw what it was. It was Remy, lying on the ground, dead. Remy whispered, taking care not to look at Remy as she spoke.
あなたは何番目？私は。
Remy's eyes began to twitch violently. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The D sword slipped from her hand. She dropped to her knees where she stood. Like a child, she covered her face with her hands, shaking her head weakly. I'm sorry. I couldn't take it. Nanami watched expressionlessly, and No Rose gave a small, bored snort. There was nothing left of Nanami. She had disappeared right in front of me. She hadn't even been real.
どこだよ。出てきてよ。いるんだろ。また、いたずらか。隠れてるんだ。やめろよ。
The tears made it hard for me to see. I wiped them away, but they just kept coming. Hot little drops of water. But even their heat, and even the emotions that were making me weep, were delusions. Because I myself was a delusion. Nanami was a delusion too. I was an idiot to get my hopes up. They had been mercilessly dashed.
で、いつこの妄想って冷めるの？早く冷めてよ。
I didn't even know who I was talking to, but I wanted someone, anyone, to hear me.
この妄想が冷めたら、僕は本当はイケメンなんだ。そうに決まってる。物分かりのいい妹と優しい姉がいるんだ。かわいい彼女と付き合ってて、その子がリミとかセナみたいな電波女じゃなくて、セーラさんみたいないい子なんだ。
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
I fell to the ground, burying my head in a pile of garbage, and clutched Sayritan tightly. I slammed my fist into the floor, trying as hard as I could to avert my eyes from reality. But I couldn't. Remy's words kept echoing in my head again and again.
死にたい。死にたいよ。どうして誰も僕を殺してくれないんだ。ねえ、テーラタン殺して、僕を殺して。
そんなに死にたいの？
死にたい。こんなのもう嫌だ。自分の存在が嫌だ。何も考えたくない。生きていたくない。
かわいそうなタッキー。だったらすぐに殺される方法を教えてあげる。
Wow. Thank you, my wife. Seiratan was always there to help me.
とりあえず外に出るんさ。
外に？
I stood up as I was told. I almost tripped over the garbage on the floor several times, but I managed to make it outside. I didn't have the slightest doubt about what I was being told. Seiratan was the one person who would never betray me. She was my wife. She wasn't 3D. When I got outside, I heard a strange sound. It felt like I had heard it somewhere before.
この音を追いかけて。
追いかけたら殺してもらえるの？
そういうこと。
優しく殺してもらえるかな？
私が保証するよ。
よかった。やっと死ねる。
The sound was my savior. It was a bell of salvation, leading me to a land of peace. I followed the sound, with Seiratan still in my hand. It kept getting closer and then further away, as if it was leading me somewhere. Whenever I got close to it, it would suddenly get further away. Whenever I felt like I would lose it, it would get closer and wait for me, as if it had a will of its own, a sound with a will of its own. It reminded me of Shogun. For a moment, I saw his face, but then I stopped caring. It didn't matter if it was him behind this or not. If someone wanted to kill me, I would happily let them. I stopped even trying to figure out what the source of the sound might be. I was going to die anyway, and since I didn't exist, there was no point in thinking about it. I let my mind become blank. I staggered toward the source of the sound almost unconsciously, like a moth to a flame. The area around me started to get more and more noisy. I stopped being able to hear the sound. I grimaced and tried to find the source of all the noise. And then I froze. At some point, I had arrived in the middle of Scramble Crossing. The noise... I will get you here in a second, you SOB. Just give me a second. It was so cramped that I could barely move. Everyone was pushed up against each other, like on the train during rush hour. Seriously, I just had it. What? How? How can I lose something when I just have it? Like I literally just had it in my hand. How? I'm losing my mind. Like real life, I'm losing my mind. Okay. I don't know. Wait. I need a fly swatter. That is one massive ass fly. There were even more people here than there had been when I'd been at the front of O-Front. I remember Grim saying something about this. Something about a big event in Scramble Crossing tonight. Sarah, what's going on here? I only have bad memories of this place. Why had she brought me here? Where's the person who's going to kill me?
目の前
The crowd was gigantic. It was a cold autumn night. Why would all these people be packed so tightly here in the square? And then the crowd in front of me parted, like Moses parting the sea in the Bible. A single road beckoning me forward. They had been waiting for someone. Me. It's the first annual Let's Lynch the Fake Psychic Takumi Nishijo while we all scream whose eyes are these party in Shibuya. Offline meeting. A real-world meeting between members of an online community, such as a chat room or anonymous board message. That incredibly long title came into my head, and I laughed. I didn't want any pain, but if I could die here, I was willing to put up with it.
僕が死ぬにはぴったりの祭りじゃないか
I understood what Saratan meant by a second chance. I hadn't been able to die last time, so now she had given me another chance. I began to work my way through the crowd, an idiot smile forming on my mouth. I found myself at a place where rows and rows of reporters were lined up with cameras and microphones. The media seemed on edge, just like the rest of the crowd. There was a lot of noise, but nobody seemed to be having fun. There was none of the joy and excitement that they had shown when I had embarrassed myself at O-Front. They were all staring at me. Their eyes were cold and sharp. There was something akin to murder in their gaze. My hopes grew even higher. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. I looked up to see all four of the big TVs in the crossing were showing me walking through the crowd. It was being broadcast all around Japan, too. I was sure. If 40% of the country was watching it, that meant 48 million people would be there to watch me die. I'm not even real, and you want to watch me die. I'm totally worthless, and you want to watch me die. You really want to watch me die. You're a bunch of idiots. But that's fine with me. Watch all you want, as long as you kill me. I stood in front of the line of cameras and microphones. All the flashes on the camera went
Stream
off at
element.
once.
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Dazzling lights flashed and disappeared. I squinted in the brightness. An older male reporter I recognized from television was the first to speak.
西尾君、今回はどんなパフォーマンスを見せてくれるんだい？ところで、実は今日の昼に逮捕された貼り付け事件の容疑者は実行犯に過ぎなくて黒幕がいるっていう話があるんだけど、どう思うかな？
Will Nishijo die? Or will he live? How will this whole thing play out? I feel like we're getting really close to an ending. but it is 1800, so unless someone wants to redeem, that's going to be it for today. We will continue tomorrow with some more of this crazy game that I'm not even completely sure I know what's going on. Anyway, let's see if we have somebody to raid. It's a new month, and yes, we will be definitely raiding someone, so feel free to copy the raid message, and maybe I will see you guys tomorrow. If I can type, come on, spacebar. And stay safe, friends.